All right, good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many faces out here today, familiar faces as well. My name is Daniel Castro. I'm Vice President of ITIF, the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation. For those of you that don't know ITIF, we're a nonprofit, nonpartisan think tank, really focused on public policy at the intersection of technology and innovation. I'd like to welcome you to the AR/VR Policy Conference. This is our fourth year to host this event, which we've done and organized jointly with the XR Association every year. Since that first year, this event has come a long way. I think the first year, we spent a lot of the time just explaining the technology, how it works, what it is, explain to a lot of people what exactly is the metaverse, that they keep hearing this word, what does it mean, what are people talking about? But in subsequent years, we've really had the chance to dig much deeper into many important policy issues, such as privacy and safety, inclusion and diversity in the metaverse, protection of IP rights, and many other topics. We're also seeing so many more opportunities for hugely impactful AR/VR applications as the technology matures, including in the military, education, healthcare, transportation, and manufacturing. We've also seen in the past year, major upgrades in terms of the hardware and the headsets associated with extended reality, with the release of the new Oculus and the new Meta Ray-Bans, the Apple Vision Pro, consumer devices and professional devices that have really changed the game. And one of the reasons I think that AR, VR, extended reality, XR, there's so many terms we use here, but one of the reasons this technology is so interesting is because it represents the convergence of so many different technologies, right? You have advances in wireless networking capabilities, you have improvements in displays, batteries, better use of location data, better graphics and chips, and then of course, all the integration of some of this Web3 technology, like blockchain. But probably the biggest shift that we've seen, and one of the technologies we've been talking about the most in DC over the past year, is artificial intelligence, and the opportunities that we're seeing created as you see this blend of spatial computing and AI, and that's something we want to talk about a lot today. So we have a lot to discuss. Before we begin, I just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Meta, Qualcomm, Sony, and MetaView. We could not do this event without their support. I also want to thank our media partners, Robot Spaceship, Tech Congress, CIO Applications, All Conference Alert, CIO Review, and IVRHA. The AR/VR space it's a large ecosystem, and all of these publications really help showcase all the innovation that's happening across many sectors. So I'm not big on long opening statements. I want to get straight to our initial remarks. And to kick us off, I have the pleasure of introducing Senator Marsha Blackburn. Senator Blackburn has over 2 decades of experience in Congress. She's represented Tennessee in the US Senate since 2019. She serves on several key committees, including the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, which oversees many critical technology and telecom issues. She's also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, Product Safety, and Data Security. And Senator Blackburn's been an active voice on tech policy, including in areas like data privacy, content moderation, and child safety. I'm always really delighted to hear what she has to say about tech policy, especially about the ways that lawmakers are thinking about how to foster innovation while protecting consumers and children and content creators. So please join me in welcoming Senator Marsha Blackburn to share her perspectives on AR/VR policy.
Good morning. Delighted to join all of you and want to thank XRA and ITIF for the opportunity to be here and to talk with you for just a little bit today. I think that when we look at extended reality and virtual, augmented, mixed reality, we know that the potential is there for consumer experience, for economic growth, and for complex problem solving. And I have, as I've looked at these technologies and as we've worked through this panoply of technologies that are emerging, I think a lot about the time and the resources that can be saved with these utilizations and applications. When a business can create digital twins of manufacturing processes, allowing them to simulate different production methods without undergoing trial and error, that is going to be a savings. And of course, the opportunities that are there with virtual immersion and thinking, being a Nashville person, we think about this a lot when it comes to entertainment. And of course, I think that everyone on the face of the earth should be able to use virtual reality and have a night out at a Nashville concert. I think that would be a very good thing. And health applications, you see XR used with health applications. One of the things that we have looked at quite a bit is the utilization for treating PTSD and the exposure therapy and the success of that. And we know that PTSD has been difficult to successfully treat in many applications, especially with our combat veterans. So there is hope that we can move forward with successful outcomes in this safe environment. With all its potential, immersive technologies are now being adopted across the federal government. And Lord knows we need it when it comes to improving efficiency and rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. I hope that each of you saw the GAO report last month. And out of our civilian agencies, 23 agencies, 17 are now using XR technology on everything from health treatments to workforce training. And as we talk about reducing cost and looking for efficiencies, these are going to be great case studies to say, this is how it has worked. Now, of course, I have to brag just a little bit. And Tennessee is a leader when it comes to these emerging and transformative technologies. Chattanooga, Tennessee. How many of you have ever been to Chattanooga? Not enough of you. We've got to get you there. And because the city of Chattanooga is working to build out a commercial quantum network. And they are making great strides in this. Okay, how many of you have ever been to Oak Ridge National Lab? Okay, we've got a couple of hands that are up. Good for you. You get the gold star today. World's fastest computer is at Oak Ridge. And we are continuing to look at the promise of these emerging technologies, and XR is no exception. In Nashville, we've got companies like CleanBox that are using LED lights to disinfect XR devices. Vanderbilt University is conducting research, both advanced manufacturing and healthcare research in this area with XR. And we know that while it is new, this is a new approach, that many of the issues that are foundational and fundamental to these technologies are not new, because the building blocks must be resolved so that we can see the full promise of this technology and create the environment for US-based innovators to lead the way in these applications. And one of the biggest issues that must be addressed is protecting children in the virtual space. 1998 was the last time Congress passed legislation that would protect our children online. Since then, a lot has changed. In those 26 years, we've got 100 million new Americans. And during this time, the internet has gone from dial-up to instant connectivity. And we have seen the social media platforms like Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Snap, Tik. They're all there. And children are on them. And young people have really grown up alongside this transformation and with these platforms. But instead of improving their lives, as many adults think about applications on the internet, what we have seen is harms that have come to our nation's children. As minors have become glued to social media platforms in their features, and some of the research has shown us that teenagers spend as much as, get this, 8.5 hours a day scrolling on their devices. Because of this, we are seeing mental health issues. We're seeing eating disorders, sexual abuse, human trafficking, drug overdoses, a penchant for self-harm, suicide ideation. All of that has become a massive risk to our children. By turning the virtual space into virtual reality, XR technology could make these online harms even worse for our children. So thankfully, the very bipartisan Kids Online Safety Act, which Senator Blumenthal and I have worked on for the last 3.5 years, is the legislation that will address this issue. Among its important provisions, COSA will create new tools for parents to identify harmful behavior, report that abuse to the social media sites, provide that toolbox that families and kids need, and then include opt-out algorithmic recommendations, require mandatory audits, annual audits, to ensure that platforms are mitigating the harms to children. Most importantly, COSA will create a duty of care for online platforms to prevent specific dangers to minors, including the promotion of suicide, eating disorders, substance abuse, sexual exploitation. In a report issued just last week, the ITIF noted that the legislation would protect children in the virtual reality environment, and we appreciate having that statement. We were pleased to see COSA pass the Senate on a 91-3 vote. You can't get much more bipartisan than that. It passed in July. We are so looking forward to it moving through the House and getting it to President Biden's desk before the end of the year. On the Senate Commerce Committee, we're looking at broadband expansion and providing a spectrum pipeline, which is crucial to XR. I appreciate the background music there. It just should have been a country hit, and I would have felt right at home. The reason we're doing this is the bandwidth that is going to be required for XR to operate smoothly and seamlessly. Without a stable internet connection, those on the wrong side of the digital divide will continue to be left behind, especially as you look at emerging technologies. As I tell Tennesseans all the time, you cannot have access to 21st century healthcare, economic development, education, or law enforcement without access to high-speed internet. Efforts to delay deployment of critical resources that support the broadband build-out, such as price setting, should come to an end. XR relies not only on internet access, but on licensed spectrum. The Spectrum Pipeline Act, which Senators Thune, Cruz, and I have introduced, would provide up to 2,500 megahertz of unlicensed spectrum. The amount of data that is required for XR is enormous, which means data collection will be enormous, and people deserve to control their own data online. As I say, they need the ability to own their virtual you. So it is time for Congress to pass a comprehensive, federally preemptive data security bill. It is time for us to pass a comprehensive data privacy bill. What we're seeing is more and more states are enacting their own privacy laws. And because of this, you have a patchwork of privacy laws. So it is important that Congress recoup this Article 1 authority. The FTC is trying to get over in rulemaking. We need federal preemption when it comes to online privacy and data security. And I am all for it. As a matter of fact, I just might have a bill that would do just that thing. Congress continues to grapple with how to legislate AI, and XR is going to pose similar issues. One of the primary focuses has been the protection of creators like singers and songwriters, authors, actors, publishers. It is inexcusable that companies are taking the content of these creators and feeding it into their AI systems and training their large language models, and they never stop to get consent or to pay for that use. As I have said, AI is turning out to be a fairly useful way to steal my music for a lot of entertainers. My No Fakes Act, which is bipartisan, I've done it with Senators Coons, Klobuchar, and Tillis. It would protect the voice and visual likeness of creators and individuals from the proliferation of digital replicas created without their consent. Alongside Senators Cantwell and Heinrich, I've also introduced the Copied Act, which would set new federal transparency guidelines for marking, authenticating, and detecting AI-generated content, protect journalists, actors, and artists against AI-driven theft, and hold violators accountable for these abuses. Not only will XR continue to rely heavily on AI, but XR will require the input of creators. If proper protections are not put in place, we could run into the same problems, but on a larger scale. As we all know, technology moves faster than the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate. And we're probably all grateful for that. And at the same time, voluntary consensus standard setting processes, which involve international meetings of stakeholders, also move faster than the pace of government. This is where many of the first movers act before anyone else is even paying attention. So it's essential that the U.S. is well represented at these meetings to ensure that our companies and our values are involved in this process. On this front, Senator Warner and I introduced the Promoting U.S. Leadership in Standards Act. This is legislation that would leverage government resources to support industry-led efforts in developing technical standards for emerging technologies. It would establish a pilot program to incentivize standards development organizations to host their meetings in the United States, which would reduce the burden of American companies to participate in these meetings. As a result, we would have larger American contingents to shape these gatherings to reflect U.S. innovators' priorities. This legislation passed unanimously through the Senate Commerce Committee earlier this year. We're looking forward to getting it across the finish line. Like other emerging technologies like quantum and AI, there is so much potential with XR and VR. I know that you all are going to spend some time today working through how to approach this. You're going to hear from a great panel of people that are doers and thinkers and problem solvers and are going to help us as we continue to foster innovation here in the United States. Thank you so much for letting me drop by.
Please join me in thanking again Senator Blackburn for her remarks and her leadership on these issues. Thank you so much. As you mentioned, there's just so many areas where we're seeing Congress starting to act in this, whether it's privacy, child safety, standards development, U.S. leadership, the list goes on and on. We're going to get into many of these issues next, and so I'd like to turn it over to our first panel and Joan O'Hara with the XR Association, who will be moderating this. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I believe I'm being joined by a panel of speakers.
You are being joined.
We're just keeping you guys on your toes.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you all so much for being here this morning. This is our 4th annual policy conference on AR/VR, and it's been really interesting to be a part of this as policy and the challenges related to XR have evolved. So the industry is moving forward, but as it catches on and as people become more aware, more questions arise. So this morning, we're going to be talking about the United States' role in developing XR technology, how the technology itself will impact economies around the world, what we can expect, what are the challenges, what does it mean if we have a patchwork of regulation, not just in the United States, but in various countries around the world. So I am thrilled to be joined by an outstanding panel of experts this morning. To my right is Ugoma Nwankwo. I'm sorry. Okay. Ugoma is a Senior Associate of Tech, Media, and Telecoms at Global Counsel. And she has been with this international consulting firm for 2 years. Ugoma also held positions at the Center for Global Development and the UN Women National Committee of the UK. And in late 2022, Global Counsel published an extensive report on regulating the metaverse. And Ugoma was one of the project leads. So she has a very interesting perspective for us, and we're very happy to have her here. Charlie Moskowitz, hi Charlie, is Senior Manager of Technology Policy at Accenture. And Accenture has been very forward-leaning in the XR sector, providing end-to-end XR solutions for industry-specific challenges. Prior to his time at Accenture, Charlie was Vice President of Policy and Government Affairs at Security Scorecard and Executive Vice President at Signal Group. Thank you for being here, Charlie. And next we have Hugh Hayden. Hugh is Senior Director and Platform Go-to-Market Lead at Niantic. No, I'm sorry, Hugh's at the end. Hugh, there he is. Okay. In 2022, Niantic launched its Niantic Lightship, a cross-platform toolkit for AR developers. And in the category of small world, prior to his time at Niantic, Hugh was Business Strategy Manager at Accenture. And just a point of interest, I think Hugh is also a Special Forces Green Beret. So thank you for your service. And finally, Ryan Rhodes is Director of Digital and Emerging Technology Services in the International Trade Administration at the Department of Commerce. And in this role, Ryan collaborates with officials across the department on digital economy trade issues. So as you can see, we have a wide variety of perspectives and true experts on these issues. So very much looking forward to hearing from them. To start things off and provide some context, I think we're all aware that the technology ecosystem is evolving very quickly. Things look very different today than they did even just 5 years ago. In late 2023, XRA published this report. And I believe our executive summary is available for those of you who would like to pick it up. But we worked with George Washington University to look into what was going on in the technology around the world. The US is, I think it's fair to say, not as familiar with XR technology as others are, particularly in China, South Korea, and Europe, as well as the UK. So we did a very in-depth research study on what exactly these countries were doing to create the right environment for the technology to flourish and for it to be leveraged. So that's part of what we want to talk about today. But to start off, Ryan, can you talk about the current state of play in emerging technologies overall and how those technologies will impact economic growth and geopolitical standing?
Well, I appreciate you having me here today. Thank you so much. I come from the International Trade Administration, which within the Department of Commerce, we're focused on helping U.S. companies export, increase their market access, and advocate for the removal of trade barriers and support the competitiveness of the U.S. industry. In carrying out this mission at ITA, my office in particular pays close attention to how policy environments in other markets affect the outlook for U.S. emerging technology companies, and we help ensure that U.S. industries remain competitive as foreign governments develop technology frameworks and regulation. We are already seeing how impactful some of these technologies can be across the world, including, I think the best example is artificial intelligence. And what we're looking at the Department of Commerce is how we can set sort of the building blocks to ensure the future of U.S. technology and that it can thrive globally. So at the Department of Commerce, we're at the center of helping expand U.S. technological competitiveness that supports both our economic and national security, which is, of course, one of the main focuses of our secretary at this time. And a large part of these efforts includes a focus on the enabling environment of technology development. And it helps to ensure the United States maintains its leadership in technology industry. The Commerce Department, as many of you know, is leading the efforts to implement the Chips and Science Act. We are providing some $39 billion of investment to advance our U.S. development of semiconductors. With this investment, some $300 billion in public and private investment has been unlocked. And collectively, the United States by 2030 will produce 20% of the world's leading edge chips will be at 20% of the global production of chips, which right now we're at zero production. And so I think that'll be a big improvement. We know that these leading chips will help fuel our technological advancement in areas like immersive technology, which is one of the designated emerging technologies in the CHIPS Act. In addition, Commerce has invested in tech hubs throughout the country. We've designated 31 tech hubs. We've invested $504 million so far in strengthening U.S. and economic national security with investments in these technologies and industries of the future. We also see important to our leadership in technology is what we're looking at around supply chains. So the International Trade Administration has created the Supply Chain Center, which is doing analysis on a number of different emerging technologies such as semiconductors, data centers, and quantum computing. And we're hoping to understand and anticipate the vulnerabilities in these critical and emerging technology supply chains. We know that the importance of supply chains is going to make sure that we are developing these further technologies like artificial intelligence and other key emerging technologies like XR. The last thing I'll mention, and I think this is part of helping establish the United States role in emerging technologies, is what we're doing around artificial intelligence and how it's going to integrate into all sectors. Commerce has been working on AI for a number of years. We have established the NIST AI Risk Management Framework, which has become sort of a bedrock of how risk should be assessed when AI is being developed. And that has been a model for this technology throughout the world. And there's a lot of great interest in how we develop that and are implementing it. And we are also, of course, helping to implement the executive order on artificial intelligence. We've achieved a number of milestones. I think the most important is the establishment of the AI Safety Institute, where we're working with U.S. companies and governments around the globe to ensure that AI is developed safely and responsibly. And again, this is one of the building blocks that we see as important to create this enabling environment where U.S. technology industries will lead in the world. What we see is as more trading partners create and redefine and refine their digital policy, our work on artificial intelligence is going to inform us on the approach that we take as other tech like XR is being developed. And we want to make sure that U.S. companies are competitive and we continue to lead in the innovation front. So I'll just stop there and we can hear from others.
Speaking specifically of XR technology to sort of get the audience prepped for the rest of the discussion, Charlie, can you talk about some of the applications and uses and why this technology is more than just another neat tech development, but something that's going to be transformative?
Sure, and thank you for having me, and thank you for that question. What we're seeing really is, some of these discussions are occurring in silos. People want to talk about AI and quantum and the metaverse and XR technologies, but what we're seeing is it's the convergence that's really going to drive innovation forward. The convergence of those technologies, and what I mean by that is, and actually, Liz, we were talking about this yesterday. The idea of being able to build a digital twin, but then on top of that, using quantum and AI technologies to really speed up the process by which you're collecting data and analyzing data is really going to drive sort of a lot of those innovations. And we think that the metaverse is sort of really at the center of technology modernization among companies. The industrial metaverse alone, we think, is going to be a $100 billion global market by 2030. And what's the reason for that, and what you're seeing in the market is companies are already experimenting with this. 92%, I think, of the companies that we manufacturing companies that we polled are already experimenting with, on average, 6 different use cases of metaverse technology. And you're seeing that really drive process innovation. If I can call out some of our clients, and I'm sure friends in the room here in particular, Amazon, for example, is using digital twins of their warehouses to improve processes within their warehouses and create efficiencies there. And BMW is doing the same thing on their factory floor.
Fantastic. And as the senator mentioned, in late August, GAO published a report on the civilian agencies within the U.S. government and their use of this technology. And as she said, 17 out of 23 are already using the technology. And the vast majority of them said that they plan to expand their use of the technology as well. So that's a really positive sign from the US side. We were also very pleased to see that 25 bills were introduced by Congress, the 118th Congress, that mention XR technology in some capacity. And usually it's in a problem-solving sort of way, whether it's treating PTSD for veterans, providing healthcare, helping to save our forests and fight wildfires, disaster mitigation. It seems like the government is catching on to the potential of this technology. But as I opened with, other countries are arguably ahead of us. And not only using the technology, but thinking about how it's going to impact their societies and their economies. Ugonma, you led the report, as I mentioned, for Global Council, looking at what other countries are doing, and in particular, Europe. Can you speak a little bit about your findings there and what Europe's doing currently on the regulatory front?
Yes, thank you for having me today. Very glad to be here. And I'll go ahead and shed some light on what the EU is doing and feeding into what I'm saying as conversations that I've had this week with my colleagues, excuse me, who are based in Brussels and London. And so what we know is that the EU is actively becoming a leader in this space. So they did announce 10 billion in funding for critical technologies, and encompassed in that are immersive technologies as well. But of course, they didn't stop there. The European Commission also launched the Virtual and Augmented Reality Industrial Coalition. And on top of that, by 2023, the EU had already adopted a comprehensive strategy for Web 4.0 and virtual worlds to guide this next technological transition. And all of these efforts really align with the EU's broader economic outlook and economic growth, in where we see that Web 4.0 and digitalization are key drivers of that. And so looking beyond 2030, they see Web 4.0 as playing a major role in that. And they're also embedding their values into these efforts, right? So for example, there were some in our report, there were some very real concerns in the interviews that we did with EU policymakers and EU policy influencers about the fact that non-European companies were dominating the European tech landscape. That was something we heard in almost every interview, and it's something that they're looking now to get ahead of as they build out sort of Web 4.0 and invest all these resources into it. So the bottom line again is that the EU is very active in this space, but I guess the question now is, what does this actually mean from a competitiveness sort of landscape? Like, what does it mean for competition? And from my conversations with my colleagues in Europe, what I was able to gather, which I found to be very interesting, was that Europe doesn't actually quite see themselves as being a leader in this space, which is kind of funny because they're doing quite a bit on it. But it's interesting because just on Monday, the former European Central Bank President, Mario Draghi, he actually was requested by the European Commission to put out a report, right? And basically this report, which was a bit dramatic, I will say, but it essentially criticized the EU's regulation and how it has regulatory approach and how it has ultimately hindered competition, right? And he was looking at this from multiple sectors, but especially in digital markets in particular. And the report goes on to argue that even though Europe doesn't sort of lack innovators or entrepreneurs, for example, they're sort of hindered at every single step because of what he views as being regulation that's a bit restrictive, right? So I bring up the Draghi report because I think that what comes next is that, you know, or what this basically is saying is that Europe is very good at regulating, right? But I think that there's a question about whether they can shore up that industrial policy angle or that economic policy angle, which I'm not sure that they'll be able to do just because of how the EU functions, right? The tax and spend powers don't sit with Brussels. They kind of have to go to all of their member states and hope that they spend funding and resources in the same way. And that's always a challenge. And so it's quite interesting because, you know, Europe is always a first mover in regulation, but the economic policy side is where they struggle. So it's a bit of an interesting quandary that I think Europe finds itself in. Now, with whether or not Europe will actually move forward with regulating the metaverse, what we found from our research is that that's not sort of like a near-term objective. There's not going to be sort of a metaverse act that we're going to see in the next 5 years, and that was something that we discovered both for Europe as well as the US and, you know, and the UK too. And it was very interesting. But I think that what we will see more in the near term is Europe using things like the Digital Services Act and the AI Act that will end up having knock-on effects for the XR space regardless. And then even if you're looking at competition, for example, DG Comp just this summer had a panel on competition on virtual worlds. And so it's quite fascinating because are they going to start doing things on competition that might ultimately end up shaping this ecosystem?
Yeah, I think I saw a headline in Bloomberg News, I think it was this week, relating to Mario Draghi's report, and it was Europe confronts its tech dilemma, regulate or innovate. So it seems like there's definitely some serious thought going into Europe's economic future and whether or not, as you mentioned, regulation is going to hinder their ability to move forward and become a leader. I think, an important part of developing any new technology, as Senator Blackburn mentioned, is the development of standards, in particular technical standards. And XRA recently did some research on that front as well to see where the US stands in comparison to other countries. And our participation, sadly, is far less. So we were very happy to see the Blackburn-Warner bill encouraging greater participation in international standards development organizations. But why is that important? I think you have something to add here on why standards are so important and what role the US can play in helping to shape them.
Sure. So as mentioned, I lead our go-to-market for the Niantic Spatial Platform, which is a set of spatial services available in native format, web, or Unity-based formats that enable 3D immersive experiences. And as we think through how we are building out these services, we look at our live games. So Niantic is best known for experiences in Pokemon Go and our 4 other live titles, many of which are using many of these services. So we are thinking through how to build really scalable immersive experiences, real world location-based AR, VR, and MR experiences. And as we approach this, we think through partnerships. And we're looking at it from an ecosystem standpoint. And today the ecosystem is really quite nascent. And so there are partnerships needed for a full stack solution. And when I'm referencing full stack solutions, I'm thinking about infrastructure partners. I'm thinking about hardware partners, thinking about platform partners, and obviously our partnership with our players and users. But the role of standards and government partners is also quite critical. And so as we think through building scaled solutions, we think about full stack solutions, and that includes the need for standards. And I think the WebXR standards are an interesting example. So if you look at the history of web standards in general, you think to the IP standard, which was created in the early 80s. HTTP followed in the early 90s, almost 10 years later. Now we're 30 years beyond that, and we're thinking about the next evolution of the web as it relates to WebXR. Niantic is working with government partners. We're really interested in the conversation and taking part in the conversation to standardize WebXR and how different partners up and down the stack are interacting with one another. These standards are really critical because this is what makes experiences work. This is what makes experiences work for players, for users, increases interoperability, and allows us to achieve that goal of these really scalable, immersive 3D experiences. Also from the ecosystem perspective, we think about how the ecosystem is developing. And it's not developing in a linear fashion. It's not developing in a single trajectory, but instead we're seeing development across every layer of the tech stack at different paces. So the infrastructure example that comes to mind is 5G. Enabling 5G enables a higher level of bandwidth for a lower level of latency to enable scalable solutions. I think about hardware. Some of our hardware friends in the room have made leaps and bounds in terms of the form factor, battery life, the optics and the technology that underlies really consuming these experiences. We think about the platform and software solutions. And Niantic is leaning into localization, computer vision, and the other technology that really enables those high quality, precise experiences. And finally, around player content or user content and consumption and the privacy needed and the considerations therein. In all of these places, standards are playing a role and playing a different role at different times. And so the need to develop these standards in a collaborative way, in a very, very precise way, by both looking at the history but also looking forward to the vision is really critical. And that's something that Niantic has been leaning into for several years with the dawn of our Lightship and spatial platform.
Well, I'm hoping that the Blackburn Warner bill passes, and we've certainly been encouraging greater participation. And it is difficult for companies to participate in these SDOs because it requires resources, time, personnel, etc. But hopefully we can find creative ways to incentivize companies to participate, because it really is important. And especially with the technology that's going to be ubiquitous, but it's still in a nascent stage. As the senator mentioned, it's so important that American values are represented as all of this develops. If I can go back to you, Ryan, from the commerce perspective, we obviously want the U.S. to be a leader, and there's the question of competition and economic competition and economic security involved with a lot of technology development. But there should also be room, I think, for cooperation among like-minded nations. Can you talk a little bit about how commerce thinks about the relationship with allies like Europe, and how we might move forward together as regulation is developed?
Well, I think this is one of the most important parts of what the Department of Commerce is doing and the rest of the U.S. government is doing. We see that we want to make sure that the democratic principles that we hold true are being shared across with our partners. And so one of the things that the U.S. government has done in the last few years is create a number of critical emerging technology dialogues. We have some with UK, Singapore, India, Korea, where we are coming to the table with and agreeing on a number of different issues in the digital economy. And when we think about what we should do in these emerging technologies, we're able to share our principled values, make sure that we are looking at this from a balanced perspective so that we're obviously going to have healthy competition between our different governments, but we're also able to provide a setting where we can address the challenges. And we feel that as we're moving forward and looking at these new emerging technologies like XR, we have different settings to do this. But one of the places that I feel like is super important, and they've already started doing work on XR, is in the OECD. And I feel like the OECD is the perfect forum and setting to bring a number of different government actors and players to the table, including stakeholders like the ones here in the room, in order to amplify those democratic principles as we compete against some of those other governments who have different approaches than we do.
Well, it's going to be so important, I think, that we're able to collaborate and think through common values as we do move forward with regulation. And, as I mentioned earlier, there is, of course, the risk that if we don't work together, there will be a global patchwork of regulation, which will make it much harder, I think, for the metaverse to develop and for the average person to engage. Going back to your report and your research and your conversations with folks over in Europe and the UK, how are they thinking about collaborating on regulatory frameworks, and how are they viewing the US participation in that process?
Well, they're definitely receptive to it. I think that there is a difference between the receptive level of the EU versus the UK. I think the UK tends to align very closely with the US and is very open to what the US is doing, and is very opening to partnering. But as I was mentioning earlier, Europe is as well, but they are sort of in this space where they are a bit more cautious to just sort of readily accept everything that's coming out of the US, because they are seeking to sort of develop their own domestic tech market. So there's an interesting interplay there between the US and Europe, but I think the US-UK relationship is still very strong, and so will the US-Europe relationship through vehicles like the TTC and so on, but there is that sort of broader political environment in which they're operating in.
Sure. And it's understandable when we have really the leaders in the technology here in the U.S. They're U.S. companies, and Europe. In my experience of going over to Europe and meeting with policymakers there, they do want to be a part of the process with these tech giants, but at the same time, they are looking for Europe to use immersive technologies and virtual worlds as an opening for them to have greater leadership in the technology space.
Yeah.
Back to the United States and thinking about what we need to do here. Charlie, I'm curious to know what you think of chips and science. As was mentioned earlier, immersive technology was explicitly mentioned as one of the key technology focus areas in that bill. Are you seeing results from that in XR development? And if so, what are the positives? And if not, what do you think the U.S. government needs to be doing to advance XR research and development?
Sure. I think the number one thing they can do is actually fund the CHIPS and Science Act. The CHIPS portion of the CHIPS and Science Act was funded, and we're seeing an incredible amount of investment. Accenture is working with a number of coalitions on the ground that are developing the CHIPS fobs and everything like that, and creating regional ecosystems around chips development, packaging development, and other components of the chip supply chain. What we're not seeing is money that was authorized but not appropriated for actual basic research, scientific research. Accenture has been leading letters along with several other corporate partners over the last couple of years. We get no money, as far as I know, from the National Science Foundation, but our technology leaders, our chief technology officer, and others just truly understand the value of basic research in the development of immersive technologies like the metaverse. And without getting signals from the government, we're relying more and more on private sector research and development. In the 1960s, the federal government funded about 65% of all U.S. research and development. And the private sector was about 30%. Now that is not only flipped, but gotten far worse. The federal government is responsible for about 20% of research and development spending in this country. And that's fine. The private sector, we spend a lot of money on research and development ourselves at Accenture, but it's driven by a profit motive, and that creates amazing new products. But it doesn't necessarily align with research that the federal government would want to see that is for the public good. And that's where we're really at a loss when the government is not funding basic research and development.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to look back during the Second World War and after that, how the government was really the leader in developing these remarkable new technologies. And a lot of it came out of the war effort. And then, there were different efforts that were initiated to keep that going. But it has dropped off, and now it seems that it's flipped a bit, and the private sector is the one investing, and we have venture capital money going into investment, and the government is not the leader in investing in research and development in the same way that it was 60 years ago. Very interesting. Hugh, I would put the same question to you from Niantic's perspective. How do you think the U.S. is doing in terms of funding and supporting U.S. leadership in research and development, and what more could we be doing?
Well, to use the senator's term, Niantic is a U.S.-based innovator, but Niantic is also a global company. And so we have innovators, of course, here in the United States, but globally as well. And we also are a global company from a content perspective. And so we have many, many millions of players in the United States, but we have many, many millions of players globally also. This provides us an interesting perspective in terms of how we're operating here in the United States, how we're developing software, developing and distributing our games and interacting with our players here in the United States versus globally as well. And from an investment standpoint, we are driving at really innovative spatial services with regard to localizing a device with position and pose to enable a very, very precise augmented reality experience. We're driving hard at developing services around spatial capture or scanning to build 3D models, digital twins. That might be a 3D mesh, or that might be a Gaussian splat. We're looking at innovative solutions up and down the tech stack, to use the same terminology I used previously. All of these problems are hard. These are hard problems to solve. We have a lot of engineers and a lot of product folks and a lot of knowledgeable tech insiders in the room, and we understand that this is a tough nut to crack. Immersive experiences, 3D experiences, scalable experiences are really, really challenging. And the level of investment is a constraint. And the interaction with the regulatory environment or the creation of policy can either accelerate or decelerate momentum and development if done well or done poorly. And so coming back to the thought around standards and the need for standards, a similar logic can be applied to government investment and how that is unlocking development and unlocking innovation in different layers of the tech stack at different paces. Again, whether we're speaking about the infrastructure at the base of the stack or the content sitting at the very top of the stack and every layer in between, there are different levels of investment needed, different levels of collaboration needed. Niantic is really open to the conversation, the conversation around public-private partnership and how we can unlock that innovation and continue pushing forward for the good of the ecosystem, but ultimately for the good of the user, of the player, of the consumer.
I think it's very important that we recognize what this technology will mean and why it's important for the U.S. to remain a leader here. But in light of what other countries are doing and moving ahead, now's the time for sure. We don't want to be, looking back a few years from now and thinking that we missed an opportunity. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's a really good point. And quick follow-up on that is it does feel like we are at this inflection point. And not to drive the framework into the ground, but if you think about the tech stack, you look at different tipping points. And we're thinking about tipping points from the infrastructure standpoint. What allows high bandwidth, low latency experiences? 5G and the development and the distribution of that technology. What allows the consumption of these really high quality experiences? Well, it's the chipsets that were mentioned. It's the devices that are being created that are just wildly advanced and innovative and exciting. It's allowing these optics. It's allowing the chipsets. It's allowing the form factor itself, which is enabling users to have these experiences in a really exciting way. It's the platforms. It's the software solutions, the spatial solutions, the data loops, the artificial intelligence infusion and backed characters or backed development cycle. And it's the content itself that is really taking hold in consumer settings as well as enterprise settings. And if you look at all of these tipping points, we're seeing these tipping points start to hit. And that's how, at Niantic, that's how we measure ecosystem growth. And that's how we sort of chart our path and forecast the future on where we should be playing, where we should be focusing, how we should be partnering across the tech stack. I mean, so that inflection point is here, and it's not here just because that's a feeling in our souls, and that's something that we want to see because we're bullish and we're excited about immersive technology. But that's a feeling that we have because we're looking across the ecosystem, we're seeing these tipping points hit, and so now is a really great time to lean into this conversation and ensure that we are moving in the right direction and we're throttling correctly and we're partnering in the right ways.
Can I
Yeah, please.
add to that? So something that came through in our research on regulating the metaverse was the fact that what's needed is sort of like a killer app or a killer use case, because it's going to be hard to get everyone sort of, especially outside of this room, excited about immersive technology. And that's something that came across strong in terms of like our surveys and conversations with the general public. And so if we think about like AI policy, it wasn't quite front and center in the way that it is now. Of course, people had national AI strategies and all of that, but it wasn't really until the launch of ChatGPT where people, through that one application, were able to like right away see the potential, right? Even if you look at the creation of the iPhone, no one knew it was going to become what it was today, or even the app economy that was going to be built on top of that, right? But they were able to sort of see like, okay, there's something here. But I think that with the metaverse, we're still looking for that sort of killer app in the sense that we want that thing to say like, okay, it's so clear what the leap ahead is from the perspective of like the public, right? And I think that for the public, they haven't seen that yet. And when we were doing a citizens jury with the public in the UK, which is essentially just like a workshop, we asked them about their attitudes towards the metaverse at the beginning of the conversation to gauge their understanding of it, all of that. And they were quite unfamiliar with it. Some people thought it was like the Nintendo Wii, and people mostly associated it with gaming, right? And then we had them try on VR headsets, and we had them try different use cases and shopping, education, all of that. And then after that, we asked them a similar set of questions to gauge the attitudes and understanding of the metaverse, and people had a higher level of familiarity, and overall just a more positive outlook. But whether or not that experience would then translate to them actually purchasing a VR headset, it was kind of like minimal. But I think there's something there about that use case just has to sort of break through in a similar way with the public.
Well, certainly on the consumer level, I think that's
Yeah.
true. But we are starting to see greater adoption at the industrial level and greater use of the technology for things like manufacturing and product design and development. And, you know, in XRA and GWU's research on what other countries are doing, the great distinction is that they do have a vision for the technology and what role it will play and how it's going to impact things like manufacturing that will ultimately give them an economic advantage. So just a plug for some more XRA work. We've been working with Representative DelBene, who will be here later today, to develop a piece of legislation that would actually charge the Department of Commerce with leading an effort to look into what would be the elements of that strategy and what would it take for the United States to ensure that it is a leader as the technology is developed. So we're hopeful that the bill will be introduced soon and ultimately adopted. But I agree that we are at an inflection point, and we at XRA, we're certainly trying to raise awareness of that reality, so that it's not, again, a situation where 2 years from now we're at this conference and saying, gosh, you know, too bad we missed our opportunity. What can we do to make up some ground? So I realize we only have a few minutes left, and I wanted to open it up to our audience if you have any questions for the panel. Okay, I saw 2 hands, so we'll go to you first and you next in the front row. Thank you.
I'm an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. Do any of you guys actually believe that if we attempt to put guardrails on this technology, that the Chinese will actually comply in many ways?
Fair question. Who would like to field that?
I'll take a stab.
Okay.
Speaking as a non-government employee, but a former congressional staffer, I think the answer is that is not a good enough reason not to put guardrails on the technology. That's always going to be the case. There are always going to be nefarious actors who are going to misuse technology. We're always going to face adversarial countries who are going to misuse technology, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't be writing rules of the road that govern how we use it. I don't know what the Defense Department is going to do. I'm sure they're going to do some things that we don't know about with some of these technologies. But I think that if we write strong rules of the road and we export those rules in a way that we're not doing and in a way that China is doing right now, then we have an opportunity to put our best foot forward and to present the rest of the world with how we view where this technology is going. I mean, you're seeing in AI right now, China is using their former Belt and Road Initiative now, sort of retooling it to be a digital Silk Road, and they're exporting their AI ideas and their AI technologies to those Belt and Road countries. And so they're getting China's version of AI technologies, which don't probably come with the same privacy controls that we would want in our AI technologies. And so it's incumbent upon us to still, despite the fact that it may be misused, put those rules forward and tell the rest of the world what we want to do with these technologies.
And it brings me back to the conversation around standards development and China's outsized participation in a lot of these international standards organizations. Just another XRA product for you to pick up while you're here today, but it has very easy to read graphs of the participation of various countries, and you will see that China is really active in these spaces and the US has not been. So I think it's important that we're at least clear-eyed about that. Yes, sir, you had a question.
Yeah. I'm interested in digital twins, and I'm a little bit unclear. Can you do digital twins without really the GPU, NVIDIA technology, and the NAIR pilots? Because there seems to be so much data and omniverse platforms and things the way they do it. So how do you do digital twins if you aren't a partner of the accelerated computing?
Digital twins, anyone?
I could take the first crack at that. Stop me if I'm not understanding the question correctly, but when we think about digital twins, we think about potentially different versions of that. And so you have the version that you just alluded to, but you have other versions of a digital twin that might look like a 3D mesh, a 3D model, a Gaussian splat. Niantic is deploying proprietary software. There's actually an app that's available today on iOS or Android stores. It's called Scaniverse, and Scaniverse is a mobile phone based application that allows for spatial capture of a person, place, or thing, and that compute and that generation of the 3D model is actually done on device, and so you're using the GPU that's in your pocket. And that allows for really efficient and quickly creating 3D models or digital twins, but might be a slightly different context or scenario than what you're referring to.
What sort of case would that involve?
What does the use case look like? There's many. So what we see spatial capture being used for on the consumer side is really interesting. People are capturing memories. So personally, I was recently engaged. I have a 3D model or a digital twin of the engagement ring. That's a digital twin that's sitting on my cell phone today for that spatial memory. I can view that in MR or VR, eventually in AR as well, through some of the partnerships that we are working through. On the enterprise side, and far less personal, digital twins might be used in a manufacturing setting, so that if you are working on an airplane engine, and you need to capture the airplane engine in its current form and in very, very high quality, well, you can use the same app, Scaniverse, to capture the airplane engine, build that digital twin so you're able to share it with your counterparts or your colleagues, and allow for collaboration, allow for analysis, but also to allow for storing that memory and that historic view of the state of the airplane engine in that moment in time.
All right, well, unfortunately, we're out of time. We could go a half day talking about this at least, but thank you very much for your engagement. And I would love to thank my panel, Ugonma, Charlie, Hugh, Ryan. Thank you so much for being here today. It's been a great conversation. Look forward to continuing it.
Thank you. These are pretty comfy.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our next panel. My name is Ashley Gold. I'm a technology policy reporter for Axios, and we are here to talk about new privacy considerations in the age of these immersive technologies we've been talking about. With me today, I've got Dina Feldman from Meta, Dylan Gilbert from NIST, Jameson Spivak from the Future Privacy Forum, and Divya Sridhar from BBB National Programs. So I'm going to start by letting our panelists introduce themselves a little further, say what they're working on when it comes to the world of AR and VR, and just to level set our conversation a bit. So let's just go down the line here.
Sure. Hello, everybody. Good morning, or wherever you are in the world, if there's folks watching online. My name is Dylan Gilbert. I am Privacy Policy Advisor with NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology. Hopefully you all are familiar with NIST, our nation's measurement lab. We are a non-regulatory agency within the U.S. Department of Commerce, and I work in the NIST Privacy Engineering Program, where I am the NIST Privacy Framework lead, and also have been doing some research recently on privacy and cybersecurity considerations for immersive technologies. So it's a pleasure to be here and looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Dr. Divya Sridhar. I'm the Vice President for the Global Privacy Division at BBB National Programs. BBB National Programs is a nonpartisan organization, nonpartisan nonprofit, and we specialize in voluntary certifications for digital privacy as well as for digital advertising. My background is that I'm a former lobbyist, worked on Capitol Hill, worked for a few think tanks, and my early beginnings was working on HIPAA back in 2009. So love how much the data privacy space has changed and really progressed over the last 20 or so years, especially in the midst of all the emerging technology.
Hey everyone, my name is Jameson Spivak. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Future of Privacy Forum, which is a nonprofit think tank that bridges the gap between industry, civil society, academia, and policymakers. And I lead the organization's work on immersive technology, so focusing not only on AR and VR, but also neurotechnologies and other virtual world and online gaming platforms. And I'm also starting to do some work on emerging regulations around synthetic or AI-generated content, both as part of immersive tech and as a separate thing. And a lot of my work has focused on the use of body-based data in immersive technologies and in other emerging interfaces. So happy to be here today.
Hi, my name is Dina Feldman. I'm really happy to be here with all of you and with XRA and ITIF. I work at Meta on our team that works directly with our Reality Labs product teams. We work to build convergence between what we are building in Reality Labs and our mixed reality, XR, wearables technology, and the expectations of our stakeholders, of policymakers, of NGOs, of experts and academics. So really exciting to be working directly with these product teams and on all of the novel technology and with all of you. So thank you for having me.
Thanks, Tina. I want to start with sort of a level setting question, which is, let's talk about what is so unique and novel about AR and VR spaces and why they might need their own privacy considerations beyond what we're seeing just on the regular old internet. So whoever wants to start.
So I'm happy to start. So I think in a lot of ways, actually, the privacy and data protection concerns and challenges that AR and VR raise they've already existed for a while. They're not super different. But what AR and VR might do is intensify or exacerbate them. So in the consumer space, we have technology that already collects body-based data, spatial data, location data, behavioral data, all these different kinds of data. But what's new about XR is that it collects more of it. It collects more granular amounts of data, and it aggregates this data, which allows for more inferences about personal information, potentially really sensitive information about individuals. Something that I think is genuinely new in consumer technologies that we're starting to see with XR is eye tracking. So the ability to follow what an individual is looking at, how their eye is moving in response to content, which can particularly reveal sensitive personal information about people. And I think that we're going to start seeing more of this, more granular collection of body-based and behavioral data, not just involving your eye movements, but your hand and body movements, as well as neural data. So data about our nervous system activity, which could reveal even more information about people. And so I think that that's where we're headed on that.
I've had lots of fun debates with colleagues on this particular topic, and I think it's important to ask ourselves this and explore this. But I also want to kind of mention at the top here that it's not necessarily just about what, the set of novelty, like what is in and what is out when it comes to novelty, but in terms of considerations for privacy and cybersecurity, is that a big deal? And in the context of our conversation here today in this conference, do we have the legal, normative, ethical infrastructure frameworks in place to address some of these novel issues? Because if we don't, then we have to do something about that. So in the context of NIST, what we like to think about in my little universe around risk management, risk assessment, is are there potential ways in which there are insufficiencies in the methodologies that we may have for doing assessment, for doing risk management, for immersive technologies. And so I do think that there are, as all these, novelties that James had mentioned around sort of the scope, scale, and persistence of data, which I think is important, combining behavioral or biometric data combine biometric data with behavioral data to create really deep insights. But I think also we want to focus on the unique context in which these spaces provide for us, these immersive spaces where they can be highly tailored to our personal preferences and desires. So this can make for great experiences, but I think it also means that we can be more susceptible to things like manipulation or other encroachments on our autonomy. And so if we're going to assess the risks in these kind of spaces, we need to understand what consumer or individual expectations are there. I'm not sure that we're at the point yet where we fully know that, because we have not a lot of data around what it's like to be in these spaces in from a long-term standpoint, and what it means to assess risks and expectations in these contexts. So I think that that's something that we're going to want to continue to do more research on.
Yeah, and just to close out that thought, I think the challenge here is that with immutable characteristics like iris scans, retina, fingerprints, and so on and so forth, balancing the benefits and the understanding the trade-off between the risks and the benefits and being able to balance that, I think, is the ultimate challenge here, and that's where I think. Regulation is not always the end goal. And I know our last panelist talked about this, Senator Blackburn talked about this. Regulation it can be a happy medium, but it doesn't need to be the end goal in every single circumstance, especially around technologies that are moving so quickly and changing so rapidly outside of the regulatory space. So there are other models, we'll be talking more about this, but there are models like co-regulation and independent accountability that can be supportive of guardrails versus more traditional statutes and legislation and regulation.
I also think it's important to take a step back and we think about what Jameson was talking about more types of data or aggregate types of data, and what is the user experience of that. And the key difference, I think, and what we're looking at with AR, VR wearables that is a difference in kind is this is some of the first technology, real technology, that is meant to experience the world as humans do. And so with an egocentric view of what humans are looking at, and where the device becomes much more a integrated part of what you're looking at, what you're experiencing. And I think that human element of it is a way to think about what is different, what needs to be different about the privacy controls when you're thinking about a 2D laptop. But what is novel about a device that sees and hears the world as humans do?
And from your impressions so far, based on all your work on this, do you think that people expect to have a higher level of privacy in these spaces or lower, considering it's this immersive thing? They might be using a headset, putting their body into it, so, sort of knowing that they're going to become like a digital avatar themselves. Where do you think consumer expectations kind of are right now when it comes to privacy in these spaces? Have you been able to get a sense? Anybody?
I think the challenge here is that consumers are sort of in the dark. We're going to speak to this a little bit more, but there does need to be appropriate disclosures. It's not just about notice and consent, especially with regard to highly sensitive data. And as you all know, our laws differ, especially within the states, as to how to define sensitive data. as well as the heightened levels of protections around sensitive data, especially biometric data. And so I think that the challenge there then becomes with regard to how that data is processed and then can be used for other purposes, ensuring the consumer has transparency around that. And they know, they're aware of, when a business is using that data for one purpose, whether or not that data is going to then be turned around and used for a different purpose. For advertising, for example, that's a very common use case. And so we'll speak to this a little bit more, but there are guidelines that have been set forth for the digital advertising industry, for example, that can then be placed upon these other unique spaces like the metaverse and AR/VR space, which should apply. It's not that just because you move away from the real world that these specific guidelines don't apply for when it comes to the protections on the data in these other spaces.
I can add on to that. So I think transparency is obviously very important. Notice and consent, it's important. It's important for people to feel, for users and consumers to feel like they know how their data is being used and that they have control over it. But I think there's also a growing recognition in general, and particularly for immersive technologies, that won't cut it. That there needs to be other more substantive protections as well, built in to the technology itself, such as data minimization to the extent it's possible to minimize the amount of data that's collected about people to just what is needed to serve the customer, limiting that data to very specific limited purposes, processing data locally and on device so that it's not being sent to to the platform that's collecting it or to a third party. And so I think that I don't know if necessarily consumers are expecting these things, but I think that there is a growing recognition among privacy professionals, among policy people, that we might need to start moving in that direction for these new kinds of technologies where, it's notice and consent is good, but it can only take you so far.
That brings me to my next question about just sort of the maturity of this conversation from a policy perspective. I've covered privacy for a long time, efforts to get a national privacy law passed, efforts to get updated children's privacy laws passed. We're still not there. And that's just privacy, not from an AR/VR perspective. So how difficult is it to think about this next level of privacy in a totally new setting when these sort of basics of legislation have not been done yet? And, just in general, when you talk to policymakers, people on Capitol Hill, do you feel like, I'd love to get a sense of where do you think we're at in the conversation? Are we so far from making privacy frameworks, at least from a legislative perspective, for AR and VR spaces? Is it still very early? So that's kind of a two-part question. So just, how much does not having a national privacy law affect these conversations? And also, when it comes to Washington and policy, like what's our maturity level of this conversation?
I can start with, how we're approaching this from Meta. So, I mean, it's clear that, having a clear, consistent legal framework is often is helpful to industry. So we're all operating from a level playing field and we all know what the expectations are. But in the privacy space and in the XR space, how we approach it is with a principles first approach, where we look at the existing regulations, we look at expert opinion, you talk deeply with stakeholders, with NGOs, with academics, with experts, and we have an iterative process as we build. So that in the absence of clear legislation, we are building to meet the expectations of those experts. The other thing that we do is I say we really do have like a three-part approach in how we build in this space in the absence of that legislative clarity. We start with data minimization. What do we collect? What is the minimum data we need to collect to make the service work? Ensuring that our data collection is thoughtful, building meaningful user controls. So users, to your point earlier, do understand what we're collecting and why this data is important. And then pairing that with public education. So we've published white papers on novel data types like eye tracking, which are new to a lot of people. We've done education campaigns on bystander signaling as we've rolled out products like our Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses, and what are the bystander protections and what do people need to know about smart glasses and about that sort of egocentric data capture. So there's no question that having legislative clarity is preferable, but we, in the absence of that in the U.S., this is how we ensure that we are building to meet the expectations of what the experts think is the best approach.
And I can add to that. I think there's this common fallacy that without a federal national consumer privacy law, that the space is really unregulated. And as many folks are aware, the FTC, their Section 5 authority with regard to deceptive and fraudulent practices very much does apply. And they've come out very heavy-handed over the last few years, beating folks over the head, saying that their Section 5 authority actually does apply in many different contexts. And I think lifting those best practices and those examples from those cases, that enforcement action can really support us in this new burgeoning space where maybe there's not examples that we can directly rely on. So just to point out one example, for example, Rite Aid, right? So the FTC recent case with Rite Aid, it focused on the facial recognition technology, and that was falsely flagging consumers as matching someone who had previously been identified as a shoplifter or some sort of troublemaker in the store, and then was causing harm to the consumer because it was lifting that specific image and incorrectly matching it. A great example of where the FRT was not appropriately assessed. There may have been bias in the training data itself, and a way that other companies can evaluate what happened in that case and apply it to the AR/VR space. So I think there's a lot to be learned from the FTC, and we work really closely through our co-regulatory model to review cases and think about where there needs to be more inquiry into companies that are not following the best practices.
Yeah, I want to plus one everything that Divya said, and obviously, without comprehensive federal privacy legislation, there are going to be gaps, but there are a lot of places where it's already being regulated. So just to give you one example, Illinois has the Biometric Information Privacy Act, which is the nation's premier biometric privacy law. It was the first in the country. It has a private right of action, so anyone can bring a claim under it. And there's a study that came out last year from the Chamber of Progress that found that 19% of all BIPA litigation, consumer BIPA litigation, dealt with virtual try-on applications. So many people use virtual try-on to see how furniture looks in their house or how clothing or makeup would look on them. They might not realize that they're using AR, but they are using AR. And that 15% of the litigation, the consumer-facing litigation, is about virtual try-on, shows you that actually AR/VR is being regulated, and it is something that companies and individuals, consumers, are thinking about.
And just for our knowledge, what was the litigation about? People not realizing how their data would be used after they use the virtual try-on? Like, what was the issue?
So it involved facial scans. So 78% of all the consumer lawsuits were about facial scans. And so essentially they were using it for makeup or clothing, and it was taking a picture of their face or their hand. And that is covered under Illinois' biometric privacy law. And they were not given, I think that they're alleging that they were not provided notice and given the opportunity to consent to the scan of their face or hand.
Even though they were opting to use the virtual try-on.
Right, but they weren't provided a clear and conspicuous notice about it.
Interesting. Okay, I find virtual try-on very helpful personally, but I think you were about to add something.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that's a great, use case and something to be focusing on. Not every organization will be subject to BIPA. Not every organization knows necessarily whether they are regulated under these, various use cases, and some just probably fairly clearly aren't. So there is going to be an important role, I think, as has been mentioned, for doing risk management, for doing privacy engineering and security, privacy and security risk management and engineering into these systems. We have resources at NIST. I'd be remiss if I didn't plug that, being here on the panel. NIST privacy framework, NIST cybersecurity framework. We have a privacy risk assessment methodology. We have privacy engineering objectives, and our catalog of privacy and cybersecurity controls. NIST Special Publication 853 that can be used for organizations to do this kind of proactive risk management, privacy engineering from the get-go, crucially through all stages of the data and system development lifecycle. Especially if we're bringing AI systems into the fold here, there can be new risks at each discrete stage of development, and so it's really important to have these, take the opportunity to do this kind of risk management, even if there is an absence, and maybe arguably more importantly, if there is an absence of regulation. But I do think it's important to note that regulations can provide incentives for organizations maybe to do that kind of thing if it may have some tensions with business objectives. And so that illustrates why it's so important to have privacy, cybersecurity risk as something that gets elevated to the enterprise level within organizations to foster a culture around privacy and cybersecurity risk management. Otherwise, these types of functions can get relegated to places like legal or IT, and can kind of end up showing up at the end, being the party poopers and saying, "Hey, wait, slow down. This could be creating risks," and perhaps the animals have left the barn. So I think that it is something that that there's going to be. You mentioned this. There's always going to be laws and regulations that get outpaced by technology. Immersive tech is no exception, and so we need to be thinking about the role that that these types of risk management practices can play, but also be clear-eyed around what are the incentives that are in place and where are there places where we may need legal regulatory guardrails.
No offense to anyone in legal or IT here that does not think of themselves as a party pooper. But specifically at NIST, the privacy framework, are there components of it that NIST is developing that will specifically apply to AR and VR, or is it kind of like existing FTC regulations where you're encouraging companies, developers to look at it and see where it fits into what they're doing, no matter what the technology is?
Yeah, good question. Our frameworks, privacy framework, cybersecurity framework, AI risk management framework, are law sector technology neutral.
Mm-hmm.
They are not specifically focused on any technology. Arguably, AI is a technology, but what we like to think of them as being flexible tools that can be applied in any context. So we do not have specific guidelines around immersive tech. What I'm hoping, and part of the reason why I'm here, is to encourage this community to consider putting together some resources that could be useful to this community leveraging NIST. So we could, for example, create a NIST privacy, cybersecurity, and/or AI risk management profile for immersive technologies. There's lots of ways this could be sliced and diced, obviously, because there's various types of immersive technologies, but I think that those are ways that you can take something that is a high level flexible guidelines, tailor it to the unique needs of this community, and start developing some shared practices around ways to address some of these risks. And then it can be useful for us, again, as the feedback loop. Again, if you're trying to assess risks within this context, and maybe our risk assessment methodologies may be deficient in some ways, then we can learn from you, and that can help us to build better guidelines.
Let's talk about sort of the global perspective in Europe a bit. Obviously, other countries have stricter privacy laws. Europe has GDPR, and they've just generally been a lot more advanced in actually getting technology policy passed, for better or for worse. So just what are you seeing from a global perspective, and the complications that might arise from complying with different laws in different countries for these companies and developers of AR, VR technology?
Yeah, I can speak to, I think the example I like to bring up is this past year, the Summer Olympics in Paris. I was reading up a little bit, and it looks like while France is governed by the GDPR, they were able to amend the regulations this year, and it's a temporary amendment that's been in effect until next year. And that would allow for the specific resident data to be leveraged specifically for the context of national security in the Olympics. So it gives France the authority to have to be able to do facial recognition scanning and leverage AI facial scans for, they're saying it's not for biometric use, and that way they're not violating the GDPR. Experts have suggested there's some question around whether or not their usage, this temporary amendment does violate the GDPR. But it's very interesting to see these advanced AI tools be used in the public, whether it's public emergency or public health, or in this case, like a leisure national surveillance context. And, their laws also have a great breadth. The amendments that they passed, which engages wiretapping, surveillance, collecting geolocation data. So when you think about American citizens and residents that are going over, across seas to watch the Olympics, as well as other countries and their residents who are governed by other laws, all the complications that just arise from those contexts. And if you apply that then to getting to the use case of AR/VR, which is that in addition to the AI scans that they use for the Olympics, there's a 2024 Paris Olympics AR/VR application that attendees could download, and so that allowed them to see what it was like to be in the 1924 Olympics in Paris, and they could visit various venues across the city as well as all over the country. And so you can see how like that, just all of that, the context of the AR/VR application as well as the AI scans that were used adds further heightened, challenges and protections around how that data was collected, how it's retained, how it's shared, transferred, the overseas transfers, if any, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a lot there to unpack, but the surveillance and the mass surveillance, and I think Jameson, your report as well kind of talks a little bit about the risks with the AR/VR technology and how it relates to the mass collection and national security context as well. So if you want to, I don't know if you want to touch on that.
Well, I just find it interesting that, we're talking about privacy and security in these contexts, but in this case, to actually do what they wanted to do at the Olympics, they had to create an exemption to their own privacy law. So I don't know what that tells you about how complicated these issues are and actually making policy fit to the technology of today and how quickly it changes and everything like that. But for Dina, I mean, what sort of lessons from just trying to develop basic privacy protocols at Meta on the Facebook platform, on WhatsApp, on Instagram, have you sort of taken over with you to AR/VR world? Like, what sort of building blocks have been good from just what Meta had to work on the past 10 years or so?
That's a great question. I think the building blocks and the basics are what I mentioned before about the importance of thinking intentionally at the outset about data collection and data minimization and what data is needed to run the service, and building in meaningful user controls so that we're not just, so that people understand what the data is used for, and when they do and when they have controls, when there's opt-ins and opt-outs, they understand that the meaningful choices that they're making and what comes with that. So I think that's something that we've very much taken to heart in Reality Labs from the outset, and how we've built and designed our products so that we are going above and beyond and educating our users and educating the broader community about what this technology is and what these choices entail when you make them.
Yeah, I think one thing we haven't talked about too much, I think that kind of segues into it, is the use of immersive technologies for positive, I guess, so-called positive privacy or cybersecurity, ways in which we may be able to leverage these tailored experiences, these engaging immersive experiences in a way that can help us to do better on privacy or cybersecurity, whether that is, maybe perhaps gamifying things that may be boring to allow folks to be better about their privacy or cybersecurity. But again, as I mentioned at the top, we need to be clear-eyed about the fact that the flip side of that coin is the opportunity to manipulate folks in ways that they may not even be aware, to nudge folks to do something that they may not necessarily want to do, especially if we're collecting data, things that we don't have control over, like pupil dilation or the amount of sweat that's on my palms right now while I'm doing a panel. So, I think that it means we have to have important conversations about that. Organizations need to figure out how they want to grapple with that and think about ways that they can use these for positive ends in privacy and cybersecurity. But again, we need to also be thinking about developing norms around what, is if I go, in a chat room in 1998 and I have my little anonymous avatar, is that the same as if I'm in an actual room now in virtual space? And am I expecting more or less anonymity? What are the norms around this shared experience? Because we can leverage this for amazing things like building empathy, exploring things around personal identity. But if there's different expectations and ways in which the technology itself is nudging us or moving us towards behaving in certain ways, then we could have a problem. So I do want to make sure that we do talk about that there's some opportunities, and I think research opportunities that we'll want to be doing about ways that we can do human-centered privacy and cybersecurity and immersive technologies to build out better user control and autonomy, hopefully better cyber hygiene.
Just to quickly add on to Dylan's last point, I see Lewis in the audience, so I just wanted to raise that. I think particularly with the integration of AI into immersive technologies, we'll be able to see much more capabilities for real-time monitoring of people's data and how they're responding to things, which could lead to more influential chatbots or things that could nudge us in certain directions. And I think that with the integration of AI, that's, the combination of AI plus immersive technologies, which are very realistic and embodied, that the potential for manipulation is much stronger than in other contexts.
And trade-offs on risks, like if we are going to super prioritize privacy within an AI system, that could potentially lead to some devaluation or lowering the utility of the data that could be inferential data or other data that comes from the output side. So, organizations need to be clear-eyed about the fact, especially when we introduce cyber, there could be three-way overlaps and trade-offs here that the organizations are going to need to grapple with. So this is something that's of great interest to me, and I'll just note we're working on a joint NIST frameworks profile right now, AI, cybersecurity, and privacy framework profile for data governance. I think data governance is something it's already starting to be talked about a lot here in DC. Will be talked about more when we think about elevating, again, these discussions up to the enterprise risk level and thinking about how are we going to govern data across these technologies, and be aware of potential trade-offs and figure out how to address them in a dynamic way, because as noted, these things can change at every stage of the system development life cycle. So we're working on a data governance profile for these for our frameworks, and if folks are interested in joining, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up AI. I was going to ask, the advent of generative AI and the AI boom that we're experiencing right now, how much has that changed conversations about what we're talking about today, and, if it makes it even more complicated. So if anybody has anything quick to add on that, we can do that. And then we're going to allow 5 minutes for the audience to ask any questions they want.
I'll just make a quick plug. So our Children's Advertising Review Unit, CARU is what our short form is. That's a sister program to the Global Privacy Program at BBB National Programs. And that particular unit really focuses on inquiries with companies that use all sorts of technology, whether it's AI, whether it's the metaverse or other environments, and focus on companies that have gamification of content for special populations for children. So under 13, we follow the guidelines for the FTC's COPPA rule, and these inquiries on companies help identify when a company has been violating either COPPA or creates the approach is that we have a safe harbor. So these companies are voluntarily playing to the rules. If we find a violation, we'll help correct it right away with them. They're coming to compliance in a voluntary manner. If they choose not to comply with the changes we recommend, then they're reported to the FTC or other relevant government body. The reason I bring that up is because even when we saw this huge uptick in the AI space where products, a lot of the gamification of content was leveraging AI, generative AI, or even the metaverse, we put out 2 compliance warnings. The first was in 2022, focused on our application of the same exact guardrails of CARU's advertising guidelines to the metaverse. So we said everything that we're already saying about actual brick and mortar products applies in the metaverse. The second was another compliance warning to companies in May of this year, focused on the application of AI with children's products. So long story short, everything that's happening in the real world should apply, especially for these special populations, and the sensitive data should be heightened in terms of its protections for when we're leveraging AI and emerging technology.
I think what is getting somewhat lost in the conversation about, you brought up, is have all the conversations on AI, how have they affected the conversations? And I think there's this perception that XR or the metaverse is receding in the public attention because of AI. And I think it's important to understand that AI is an incredibly powerful engine for XR, that AI will power XR, and that the experiences that we are seeing are because of the breakthroughs in AI and the possibility that that has to deliver these novel experiences, like on our AI, the AI on Meta Ray-Ban smart glasses, for example, or new AI capabilities in virtual reality spaces. So I think the most important thing to take away from the conversation about AI and how that has really come to the forefront in the last year is how much that has the potential to superpower and supercharge all of the technologies we're all here to talk about right now.
It's not a separate conversation. It's all
Exactly.
It's all part of the same system. And with that, we have about 3 minutes for audience questions. Does anybody? How about you?
This is a question mostly for Dylan, but I'm interested in the panel's input. So I'll plus one NIST as well. So I'm an IT party pooper. We help companies with minimizing risk and cyber disruption. So we use the CSF all the time. But as it relates to AR and VR, where do you see the biggest need and improvements to frameworks?
Sorry, thanks. I don't know if anyone, were you able to hear me?
Yeah, I think the question was where are there potential needs for improvements or changes on our frameworks? This is an ongoing inquiry for us, and we'd like to hear, not to be too Socratic about it, but we do tend to turn it back to folks like you to ask, what do you think? I think generally our experience right now is that our frameworks are, because of the broadness of them and the flexibility for them, they can be absolutely tailored for immersive technologies. But as I noted, I think there's room to have more lower level guidelines that can be addressing immersive technologies. So I think a profile, for example, would be something that could be very useful, as I noted earlier. I will note, though, those are community generated. NIST does not create those. We're willing to, provide some play an advisory role, but to the extent that there can be, trade groups or other sort of fora for communities to get together and generate these profiles. I think that one for immersive tech would be something I'm very interested in. So if there's like-minded organizations that you know of that may be interested, please let me know.
All right, we have time for one more. Yes, in the back.
Hi, I have a question for Divya. So in the beginning, you mentioned some alternatives to regulation. I made a note that you said regulations aren't always the end goal. I want to understand more about those. I noted co-regulation, and I think independent accountability. I was thinking maybe what you were talking about, the principles first approach might be some of that, but if you could help explain more so I can understand.
Absolutely, and we can talk more offline as well. I know we're towards the end of time. So some of the programs that we have are voluntary self-regulation programs as well as co-regulation programs. One is our global privacy. It's basically the cross-border privacy rules program, CBPR. What we do through this program is we're the accountability agent on behalf of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And so we're a partner to the Department of Commerce in the way that the Department of Commerce and the other regions, the other regional entities that are part of this principles-based approach around data privacy, we are able to police the space to say whether or not a company is abiding by the principles that the different privacy regulators across the world have come up with. So it's a voluntary certification program, but what we do is we offer that certification and the seal, the BBB seal, only if the companies that we review have actually met all the requirements that have been developed by the Department of Commerce. So happy to talk to companies if they're interested in learning a little bit more about that. We're actually moving global to a global CBPR framework. So what was previously focused on the Asia Pacific region has now reached much more of a global uniformity and interest. So that's one example. The other is, as I mentioned, our sister organization or sister partner unit within BBB National, which is KIRU, Children's Advertising Review Unit. So we work directly with the FTC in that context, and it's a safe harbor program. So companies that are participating we work to ensure that they're meeting all the requirements in the COPPA Safe Harbor rule. And for those that are not in compliance or they fall out of compliance, we work directly with them to bring them back into compliance, whether it's a metaverse product, whether it's the next level AI or generative AI product. In other contexts, if something goes vastly wrong, they're not willing to comply, we would just refer them to the FTC. And we've seen many FTC complaints and enforcement action arise from initial inquiries that we do of these companies. So it's a pretty nice soft law enforcement mechanism that can provide teeth where regulation doesn't exist, or where regulation exists, but the FTC just doesn't have the bandwidth to police that space. So sorry, I went way over, but hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, we do have to wrap up. It's been a great conversation. Thank you, everyone, for participating.
Thank you.
Great. Well, hi, everyone. I haven't had a chance to say hello to everybody. My name is Liz Hyman. I'm the CEO of the XR Association, and really thrilled to be joining all of you and grateful for your joining us. Congresswoman, I'm so excited to have you here. It's great to see you again. I guess for those that may not know you, you come from the 1st District in the great state of Washington. You come to this conversation with a significant entrepreneurial background and business experience at, companies like Microsoft, a background in technology. You bring that expertise to your committee assignments, like notably the House Ways and Means Committee. And we were just chatting before that you are a co-founder and chair of the Women High Tech Coalition, the MedTech Caucus, and from our point of view, the what we like to call the Reality Caucus, right? The caucus that brings together members to think about and learn about virtual, augmented, mixed reality technologies. I can't think of a better person to sit down and have a conversation about XR and policy. So really, really thrilled to have you here today.
Absolutely. Excited to be here, and we need to have more conversations so we can
Yeah.
get people thinking through the work we need to do and the opportunities.
Absolutely. And I think, for me, like this moment is very inspiring. We were just talking a little bit out in the hallway. Maybe someday my Walgreens readers are going to be AR enabled and AI enabled and all those good things. But really what we're seeing, and we've been talking about here this morning, is this idea of the convergence of AR, or XR, immersive technologies, AI, geolocation services, cloud computing, all these different technologies that are coming together, and they're democratizing what happens in the tech space. For example, someone who may not have had coding experience can now actually create in an immersive space because of the tools that are available. So I thought, for me, that's very inspiring. And I thought maybe this is a good starting off point for our conversation. I was curious to get your impressions on what you're observing in terms of this era of convergence and what it means,
Well, huge convergence, and in a lot of ways that people don't even really notice. I mean, clearly AI is part of everything, and people think of it when they think of a search and they're using, AI as part of a search, but we know it's part of so much work, whether it's traffic safety or making sure that we are having access to the right information. It is kind of out there in everything we do, and that's only going to continue to grow. It's having more and more of a market impact. I think they report expected about $184 billion from AI around the world, but 50 billion of that would be in the US. And that's obviously just starting. Some of these things folks haven't really thought about, kind of what all the business models, they're trying the technologies out. So we expect that to grow. But think of the scenarios. I mean, so many scenarios all of us see. Education's obviously a big one. Students, apprentices, being able to experience and try things that are so much more realistic than just the concepts you might think about in a conversation, but be able to feel it and experience it through XR. These are all things that scenarios and opportunities that are coming up. And even when we look at, AR and VR themselves, we know that there's huge market opportunities. And again, the US is a big player here. So these are important economic opportunities. They're important in terms of the scenarios. We helping people with disabilities and providing technologies for visually or hearing impaired are two great examples, but we could go on, and we're just at the tip of it.
Yeah,
So
it really is an exciting time. And I think, for those of us that follow these conversations, I guess I should say earlier this morning, we had a really great panel discussion about sort of what, in the light of what's going on, all this activity with AI and XR, where we are with global competitiveness, right? We know that there are many nations out there that have taken a great deal of time and attention to figure out a systemic approach and how these technologies are impacting particular markets that they might have, or how they think about its application. And we have probably the most innovative group of companies here in the United States. And we really do lead, I think, in many ways on the topic of XR, but our government institutions aren't always as systemically forward thinking.
we're behind.
Yeah.
We're behind.
Okay. So I'm
I
curious.
think we can just be honest and say we're
Yeah,
behind.
yeah.
We're behind in a lot of ways. I think there's a lot of thought going into kind of setting the foundations for more engagement. I think we saw in the CHIPS Act, just thinking about immersive technologies or artificial intelligence and talking about them as important critical technologies, including that language was really, really important. We know that we need to build on that. And so I've been working on bipartisan legislation with Congressman Pfluger and I on the House side, but also Senators Warren and Blackburn on the Senate side. So bicameral, bipartisan, to make sure that we have immersive technology advisory panel, being able to think through what are the ways we can support not only the use and development, the applications using immersive technologies. We know how important that's going to be, and that we've seen other countries also putting in place strategies for immersive technologies. We need to make sure that we are well set up. We also have to think about standards, and standards aren't always the first thing folks think about. They're not. But in my technology background, I worked on the early days of email, and one of the important things was figuring out international standards so that I could send you an email and you could actually open it and read it, and vice versa. And we are going to have to think through what international standards are. And if we don't have domestic policies, haven't thought through that, it's hard for us to really think about how we play in the standards process, the iOS and others who will be putting together standards in this area.
Yeah.
So the policy side is really important, and we've got to not only set up the framework to have these discussions, but we've got to make sure that we aren't left behind. And so we are behind in a lot of areas, and so I think it's going to be really, really important that we push. And I think this legislation will be a way to make sure we're thinking through immersive technologies and putting a priority there.
I think music to a lot of our ears. It's interesting. Senator Blackburn was here earlier this morning.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And sort of a related piece to that is some legislation that they're working on around standards development and trying to provide resources and encouragement for greater US engagement in the standard setting bodies. I know our team has worked on information that shows that a lot of these SDOs, when it comes to immersive technologies, they're not as well attended by US participants because our systems are a little bit different. So I think the work that you're trying to do here with a national strategy and tying it into the standards development concepts and really building up, support for that very important, though dry moment is important.
It's dry, but it matters a lot, and it has to do with everything from the rights and protections that and how we think about technologies, interoperability, just so many issues that are going to be really important and have always been important. But yeah, if we aren't at the table, then others will create those standards, and it's hard. And we're the innovators in these areas. And so it's going to be really critically important for us to make sure we're driving that conversation.
Yeah, definitely. And, I know you've been a real leader on so many digital policy issues, from privacy, standards development, all of these things. And, we're at an interesting time where a lot of companies are aware. In this panel that we just had before you came on, there was a lot of discussion about, where are we, what's novel, what's new, but also the role of industry itself to create important tools, to really think through, data minimization strategies, data use strategies, making things clear to the consumer, giving them usable tools that they can help to curate their own immersive spaces. And so I guess, I'm curious, as we weave our way through a lot of these legislative and regulatory discussions, like, where are the areas for public-private partnerships that all of us can sort of think about and rally around, so that, regardless of where we come out on certain bills, whenever that may be, that we're moving the ball forward?
Well, I think it's got to be a constant public-private partnership. I mean, all the time, because we've got the creation and innovation that's happening out there on technology, and yet we also have the impact that it has on consumers, making sure that we are thinking about what that impact it is. When we start out talking about how this is part of our daily lives, it's part of everything. It's how we communicate. It's huge parts of how we look at how healthcare is delivered, or how we shop, et cetera. It's part, and yet, and you were talking about privacy, and we could spend a whole time talking about privacy, but when we talk about impacts, and data is such a big part of this, when we talk about immersive technologies, there's all sorts of new types of data that can be gathered that might be helpful, but can be very concerning for folks too. So I think it's so important that not only we have policy, and I'm a huge fan of making sure we have a federal data privacy standard, that we put federal data privacy legislation in place, and we get that in place. A patchwork won't work. We need to make sure people know what their rights are everywhere. And also, it's to the public-private part, we need to make sure that we have policies that folks can actually adhere to and use. And so if we have a patchwork, for example, on consumer data privacy, it's really hard, especially for small companies, to know that when you're here, you have one set of rules, but if you travel and get off the plane someplace else, I've got to know to treat you differently. That becomes untenable. But it's foundational. Privacy is really foundational, because we're building on top of that. We're going to build on top of that with AI. We build on top of that. We look at immersive technologies. And so I always come back to say, we've got to start there. And the partnership is making sure not only we have strong policies that represent our values, but that we actually make sure those policies can be delivered and work. And so going from the theory to what it means on the ground, that's part of a key partnership too. To say, I want to do this, but make sure we can actually really do that is part of that partnership. And I think that's always going to be true as we look going forward to talk about not only kind of how we want things to work and what we want the guardrails to be, but how that actually is going to be delivered in product, how that can be done. And my career was in tech, but now also being in Congress, you can see that place where we have the idea of what we want legislation to be, but how it hits on the ground. We've got to make sure those both work so we really deliver on the promise and that our policies actually give us the results that we want. For example, protections on data.
Yeah. Well, you have caused me to want to ask you an additional question, which is the level of knowledge and understanding on the part of your colleagues to sort through a very, very challenging set of questions, right? What the role of government is, how far it needs to go, what's novel and new, all of these very important questions. And I mentioned at the beginning that you are the co-founder and co-chair of the Reality Caucus and other important entities that help to educate members of Congress. But one, how's that going? And two, what can this audience do to help you and your colleagues raise that level of understanding so that when challenging pieces of legislation come up, there is a baseline level of knowledge about what does this do? How does it work? What are some of the considerations that we have?
Well, you said it, first of all, education is critically important.
Yeah.
No one's going to move forward on policy if they feel like they don't quite understand something very well. And if you don't understand it, then you may not want to move on policy. And we end up in places where it's easy to push passing legislation. Not surprising to anyone here,
Yeah.
is challenging even when we all agree. So when folks are uncertain, we don't move forward. And yet the challenge we face, and privacy is a great example of this, is our innovation and technology is moving forward and policy is falling further and further behind. And if you don't start and get policy moving in these areas, the problem gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And the challenge of actually getting policy in place becomes harder and harder because the scope grows. So I think it's really important that as policymakers, we think about where we need to start on issues and the fundamental pieces we need to put in place. And that we learn that you are not going to have the policy that's going to last forever because we can't predict necessarily where things are going to go or what we're going to learn. So we put good policy in place and also continue to check in, working with others, see what's working, what's not working, or what has changed, and adapt going forward. That is hard too because we are not as nimble and fast at moving policy as we are. So I think the discussion that we have in the caucuses is about educating folks, kind of highlighting maybe where we need to start so that we can start making progress versus doing nothing. And what we can learn as we go along the way, where we need to adapt and change. Maybe we thought doing something this way isn't really working as well. Maybe there's a new way to do it, because we have to be innovative in policy, just like we're innovative in technologies, but we aren't as much. So education's key. And I think the sense of urgency, I have a huge sense of urgency about data privacy. I think we're very behind, but we've got to continue to remind folks how urgent it is. And I think the public understanding the implications is really important. So all of that is part of why I think these caucuses are important as ways to engage members and staff and others. Part of it is having a voice to remind folks why there's so much at stake. And then the thing we alluded to earlier, the international implications of doing nothing means other folks are going to be writing these standards. Other folks are going to be setting guidelines. And we want to help be rule makers, not rule takers. We're the innovators. We need to do that. So we got to be at the table. Yeah. And sometimes the lack of domestic policy means it's hard for us to know what we want to do internationally. So those things are tied together as well.
So as we sort of finish up this very quick chat, I would be remiss if I didn't say there's only a few weeks left in this session. You said you have a sense of urgency about data privacy. Any insights on where you see the session ending up and where some legislation, APRA and others might move?
Well, I've been pushing hard to get us moving. I'm disappointed that things have stalled out. The one thing that's interesting on a lot of these issues, given all that's happening in Congress right now, tend to be bipartisan. These aren't partisan issues. These are chances where we can work in a bipartisan way. But in the end, we've got to start, and we've got to get legislation moving. And I'm disappointed we continue to struggle with that. This is not just now, but for many, many years now.
yeah.
So my hope is that we can see something move forward. We've seen bipartisan support for legislation. It is not perfect. The current bill, I think, it moves in the right direction. I've had legislation that's been slightly different, but we got to move.
Right.
So let's, move forward, markup, debate, etc. Get moving, get started, because we're far behind. And it's hard because here we are just talking about funding the government. So it's pretty basic right now, but if we can move forward, it's important because we have to start all over again in January to move things. And like I said, we're already behind.
Yeah. I promised your team I'd keep this on a tight schedule here because I know you have
Are giving
a
you
few
look
other
over there?
things to attend to today. So I want to thank you very, very much for joining us.
Thank
and
you.
We appreciate the support and the attention that you give to the immersive technology industry. And as I said, given this convergence that we're seeing, it's a very exciting time. I see a good future ahead.
Yes.
So
Very exciting.
Thank you very much.
Great to be here.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. So we have lunch now. So we get a little bit of a lunch break, and we'll be back at it at 1 o'clock. All right. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. By the way, folks, check out the demos. We have some amazing demonstrations in the hall from Sony, from Cavrnus, from all kinds of interesting companies. So please take the time to check out the demos. That's how we learn.
Great. Well, let me go ahead and invite Alvin and Lewis up. We'll go ahead and get started with our first session after lunch. I hope everyone had a good break and a good chance to see the demos. They're going to be out there all day, so if you haven't, definitely check them out before you leave. So this session is going to be with Alvin Grayland to my left and Louis Rosenberg. They both co-authored this book, Our Next Reality, How the AI-Powered Metaverse Will Reshape the World. I had a chance to read it this weekend. It was fantastic. Definitely a worthwhile read. I don't know if I'd say it's beach reading, but no, most people aren't going to be at the beach, but it's definitely fun reading. What I really enjoyed, among many parts of it, was, you're talking about the importance of immersive reality and storytelling, and how that is something innately human. And as I was reading through this book, I mean, you have just great anecdotes, great stories about your time in the field, and you both have such deep expertise and experience in here that those stories were immersive. And that's, I think, what we love about books, right? You read books to get wrapped into things, and so a perfect example of why immersion is so important. So to start off, as I said, one of my favorite parts of the book was really some of the stories about your early days working in the XR industry. And it seemed like for a long time, of course, we've gone through these AI winters, and AI wasn't kind of at the forefront of what people were thinking about when they were thinking about technology. And it definitely didn't seem like that was at the forefront of XR and VR and AR. But it is a core part of your book and what you're talking about for the future and even now. So my question is, I wanted to start off with, is how is the advent of AI, especially this new crop of generative AI, changed how you think about the metaverse? And what did you expect before? How were you thinking about the metaverse before in the AR, VR? And how are you thinking about it now? And Alvin, why don't we start with you, and then Louis?
Sure. So I think you actually maybe read one of the places in the book. Back in college, I actually wrote a paper about that. I was at the HIT Lab with Tom Furness, and my paper was about how XR is going to change the world. And when I went back and saw Tom a few months ago, he actually found my paper, gave it back to me, and I reread it. And you know what the funny thing was? It talked about how AI and XR together was going to change the world. And then it talked about interconnected global virtual worlds, which essentially is the metaverse. So the fact that 30 years ago, I was already thinking about this and the connection between these two, it brought to light that this is something that's been brewing for a long time. And even though AI is something that's now on the forefront of a lot of people's minds, it's not new, as you know. AI has been around as long as XR. Both technologies were invented around the same time in the 50s, 60s, right, and have gone through multiple cycles. And the fact that now both are maturing at the same time is really what's amazing, that they are now both going to help each other solve some of the biggest problems that they each have. So this is why I'm so optimistic that this time around, it is going to be different. I know everybody says, oh, this time is different, but this time it is different. And I think we are all in the right industry at the right time. And we're going to see some amazing changes that will be a result of the combination of these two technologies coming together.
Yeah, I hope you got an A on the paper too.
He gave me a 99. I don't know what the 1 point deduction was. So,
Louis, how about you? Were you right about this 30 years ago?
So, like Alvin, I've been involved in this space for over 30 years. I started way back in '91 at NASA in VR labs, and then I went to Air Force Research Laboratory, and then I worked in industry throughout. And the changes have been quite remarkable in a lot of different ways, including technological, but in addition, just the size and scope and cost of everything. To have experienced that transition is actually quite remarkable. When I first started at Air Force Research Laboratory, it was in '92. I was doing really some of the very first research into mixed reality. And for me to be able to build a mixed reality system in 1992 required about $1 million worth of equipment. And it required a full upper body exoskeleton to track your arms. And what's amazing now is that, all that equipment, $1 million worth of hardware people had to climb into, and multiple computers all connected together, is now all shrunk down into devices that fit in a headset. And all of that infrastructure for tracking, for really precisely tracking people's hands and arms, and it is now enabled by AI with a couple cameras and an AI processing. You can very accurately track where people's hands and arms and bodies are, and that's a remarkable change from AI. And that's not even the exciting part of AI that the world is captivated about over the last couple of years. And so when I look now to the future and what are the changes that we're going to see over the next year or two because of this AI revolution, it is really this transition into conversational computing, where we are going to go really very far away from keyboards and screens. And that's something that we've been talking about forever in the AR VR space. Is flat screens are bad. People want to perceive information all around them. But the thing that has kept us tied to the screens has been the keyboard, not the screen. And conversational computing will really finally cut that cord, and we will be talking to our computers, and we will be talking to avatars that look photorealistic. And people won't even talk about that as virtual reality. It'll just be photorealistic avatars on every website that you go to, that you talk to. And so we will know that AR VR has become mainstream when people just stop talking about AR VR and they just talk about computing. And yeah, of course, you go to a website and there's an avatar and it speaks to you conversationally and naturally, and that's just how computing is. That is really where this transition phase that we're in right now. And so it's a really exciting time in the field.
Yeah, on that point, Alvin, you wrote, no one will walk around the street with a box on their head, which is, I think, just a great example. You go on to talk about how, we need, thin, light, stylish eyewear for a mainstream adoption. And so, what's your assessment of the delta between, this future that you write about in the book and that Lewis is just talking about, and where we are today, and then, how far away do you think we are?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people think it's really far away, but as I just showed here, this is a 200-gram device. And, in my pocket, I have a device from a friend of mine, which is a 39-gram device, and it has one display, right? It's not an immersive device, but it's a smart glasses that has display and has AI capabilities. And this is already available today for like $300 as a dev kit, right? So I think what we will find is that over the next 2 years, multiple companies will be releasing dual eye display, fairly, broad field of view, maybe like 40, 50 degrees. This is like 20 degrees, right? So that type of, and a affordable price point that is similar to your smartphones, right? Kind of a mid-tier smartphone. So when that happens, there will be so much benefits of having that extra information in your face, in your eyes constantly, that it will raise our intelligence levels to a way where we will feel not just, now when you leave your home, you feel kind of naked without it. Now you actually will feel dumb without it, right? Because everybody else who has one will be essentially 50 IQ points higher than you. And you're not going to be able to compete. Not just, you won't be able to buy something with your swiping of your phone, but you just feel like, I feel like I'm a Neanderthal, right? And that the force of that will make us move probably much quicker to this new form factor than the smartphone did. Even, the smartphone took about probably 8-10 years for it to really go from, the initial idea to pretty much everybody having it. And it'll probably happen faster than that when these devices become available. And the fact that AI is available to the current maturity level will mean that content creation will go from tens of millions of dollars to create content to nearly free, right? And that actually, I think, is the bigger problem that's kept XR from being successful rather than these devices. You can see, these devices, they're not huge. They're not a box on your head. And even then, the adoption is relatively limited, right? But when you have content that is truly compelling, it's personalized, it's real time, and it's what you want to see, and you never run out of it, you're going to be adopting this technology a lot faster than you expect.
Yeah.
So.
Lewis, I want to ask you about the business model here. So, for better or worse, advertising pays for a lot of the free online services that we use on the 2D internet. What's the business model going to be for the metaverse, and who's going to be paying for content and services?
Yeah, so it's a great question. It's a question that I think has really big impacts on what our future looks like. And there's, when we made this decision for the internet, and by we I mean society collectively made this decision, we didn't really know the impact that business models based on selling influence would have. And so society decided, oh, give it to us for free, and you can track what we do, and you can target us with influence, and we're really happy to get it for free. And it took decades for us to really realize that that business model is dangerous. It has been a major driver in driving polarization of society and causing some of the privacy issues that happen, because it put companies in a position of having to compete on who could be the most efficient deployer of influence. That's how they make money. If that happens when we go to XR devices, where now imagine a world where the smartphone is gone and everybody's wearing lightweight eyewear, and that lightweight eyewear has AI built into it, and it can alter what you see, and an AI is talking into your ears, and everywhere you go, it knows where you are, what you're looking at, what you're doing, who you're with. If the business model there is also selling influence, it's an order of magnitude more dangerous, because now the amount of data and information that a third party could have to deploy targeted influence just to you, based on where you are, what you're doing, who you're with, what you're seeing, is extreme. And it would be much better if we as consumers chose, hey, we don't want to make that same mistake again, and get this technology for free in exchange for allowing you to track and influence us, because the potential danger really could influence human agency. And again, if you're walking down the street in the future and a third party can control everything you see and everything you hear, and it's altering your world, and they're motivated to target you for the highest bidder, that's not going to build trust for consumers. And honestly, I don't think it's a place where the corporations want to be. I think that they would be much happier if that was off limits and they can just compete on who could make the best experience for consumers. And so it's, when you start talking about, should there be regulation, should there be policy that protects us from that dangerous scenario, ultimately it's everybody benefits, because corporations are going to compete on whatever the playing field is. Let's just make sure that the playing field is one where it doesn't become an arms race, with who can most precisely track exactly your eye direction to know exactly what you're looking at, and get a slightly higher advertising results than everybody else.
And Alvin, let me add a point to that. Yeah. So I completely agree in terms of the need to move away from advertising, particularly when we get to this type of environment. But I think we also need to separate the idea of gathering data versus how it's used, right? Because I think on the last one of the last panels, they were talking about, they're capturing all these data. This is bad. We need to stop them from capturing data. If the data was used for the benefit of the user, and it's kept in a secure place where that data is helping you get more personalized recommendation, it's helping provide benefit to the person who's using it, it's a great thing, because that's how you're going to get the value from it, right? Now, if advertising was the business model, then we're in trouble, because that means somebody else is going to be using this to control your brain to do what they want. Whereas if the AI that's on my system is saying, okay, I want to help Alvin become the best version of himself, I want to help him negotiate all these deals that he's doing, I want to help him remember the names of all these people that's in the room, great, that's an amazing thing, and we want to support that. So the regulation should not say, devices cannot capture people's faces or cannot record sounds, but it's more, Now there may be some issues of, do you have access to somebody, say, can you then publish it? Maybe you can't publish it, but if that data is being used by a local agent to then analyze and give me the best real-time feedback, I think that should be allowed. Right? So we need to find a compromise. And then, of course, we need to make sure it's secure so that people can't hack into it and then misuse that information. So the protection against bad actors and the punishment for misuse, I think those things need to be considered.
Louis, I want to go back to you. You had a quote in the book that I liked. It said, if the world you experience while walking down the street is different from the world seen by the friends you're walking with, the value of augmenting our reality is greatly diminished. You talked about the need for openness. I'm kind of curious, how open do you believe these information layers in augmented reality should be? Because I think about, like streaming services right now, and, there's a lot of them and we don't all have the same ones. So some people are watching Max, some people are watching, Hulu, some people are watching these various ones. So, will it be more like streaming services where you kind of have to pay and choose, especially if it's not an advertising based world, or is this all be kind of open free layers like OpenStreetMaps or something?
Right. So in the book, we talk about this issue. Is the future of XR going to be walled gardens, or is it going to be an open standard where you can buy devices from any provider and it's all the same? And the argument that I make is that when you're thinking about purely virtual environments, which have really great applications for industrial uses and for entertainment uses, it's very easy to do that as walled gardens because they can be self-contained environments. But once you cross over to a mixed reality world where people are walking down the street wearing devices, it would be very, very strange, if not just functionally impossible, if the world you saw was different depending on whose platform you were on. We share one reality. And so in my mind, the thing that will be the biggest driver of an open standard where where these devices share the same data infrastructure is this transition to AR, MR devices that we wear all day, inside, outside, going through the world, because ultimately we're going to a place where we're not going to be thinking about this is our digital life and this is our virtual life. We're going to be thinking this is just life, and there's data in these worlds, and yes, there will be features and tools that are all customized to us, but there has to be a base layer of a shared reality, or it just doesn't work, and an open standard is required for that.
I just wonder, people that watch the, recent debate, if we do have a shared reality, what that looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of a add-on to that is how much of our lives are we going to spend in a AR type mode, and how much of it will be in a VR type mode? I think that's also a lot of people debating about it. And we live in a first world country where we have beautiful parks and nice weather and everything, but they're in large houses where you may be in parts of the world where you may be sharing a bunk with 10 people in a small room. A lot of people actually may want to spend more time in a virtual space to feel like they're by a lake or by a park or whatever, right? So that they can then feel at peace. And we should not be forcing people to say you have to be able to see all of the physical space around you, because in some cases actually it makes more sense. And if you're, let's say, doing education, it actually makes sense for you to immerse yourself in a fully, let's say, historical environment, or if you're looking at under ocean or under the water, you want to be able to let people have that immersive experience that covers up their physical space, but then gives them a certain level of experience that wouldn't be possible physically. So let's make sure that technology allows both to be an option for the user, depending on the use case and depending on the environment that they are living or growing up in.
I wanted to ask more about in Washington, one of the earliest digital policies is around the digital divide. This idea of, can we close these barriers, get more people online? Will, the emergence of the metaverse and this, our next reality, is that going to create a greater digital divide between those that have it and those that don't? How do we, there's so many countries that are still struggling even just to get broadband or high-speed internet. How are you thinking about what that transition will look like in the global picture?
Yeah, I actually think that short term there will be a larger digital divide, but the longer term it actually helps to solve the digital divide, right? Because if you think about, where devices were, let's say phones, 20, 30 years ago when I've had my first smartphone, it was, first mobile phone, it was, $10,000. Right? I mean, there was very few people in the world that could afford that. But now, essentially you go to Africa and most children there are having these devices, right? So, and they're able to access the same internet that we have. So technology will waterfall down to a price point where people at all levels of income will have access. Now, it's a matter of time. Now, that took a few decades. I think we're going to see that because of the scale of what's happened with mobile phones, that these devices, like this one is a $300 device, right? That's the price of a smartphone today, right? And probably the parts of that is maybe half of that. And then when that gets to scale, it'll be a $100 device. So I don't think price will be the issue. Now, the benefit of what this will allow is that very soon you're going to get a AI model that has the internet, the knowledge of the internet on a single small model that can be run locally on a glasses or on a phone, which means now even if you had no internet, even if you had no connection, you're in the middle of the Amazon, you have access to the world's information and knowledge. Right? That allows any child to be educated to a Harvard level or Georgetown level education without having connectivity. Right? I think that's something that's amazing. Now, the other thing that I think will happen when we actually do realize the metaverse, which doesn't exist today, right? When we do realize the metaverse, which is an interconnected global network of worlds, essentially taking the tens or hundreds of millions of websites, turning them into virtual worlds. When that happens, we essentially will have a parallel borderless economy that is a completely different way for us to interact with each other. And when you put on your glasses or your headset and you go onto this world, it doesn't matter where you're born, doesn't matter who your parents are, doesn't matter what brand of clothes you're wearing. You are now judged by your ability to create, to innovate, to have ideas. Right? That actually creates a lot more equality between any class of people and any sex and any belief.
Louis, I want to ask you, speaking of children using this, so we had Senator Blackburn talking about COSA, and there's a lot of efforts right now in states, for example, to start banning phones and banning social media in school out of concern that students need this distraction-free environment. So how do you kind of reconcile that trend and goal with the vision of a more immersive world, a one where children have access to this technology?
Yeah, so from an education perspective, immersive technology is profoundly valuable. And we need to reconcile that with the dangers. But on the profoundly valuable side of things, what an immersive world does is it enables you not to learn content, but to experience information, to learn through experiences. And just to give like a quick anecdote from the past, that was hammered in really hard to me way back in 93. I founded one of the early virtual reality companies, a company called Immersion Corporation, and we built simulators for teaching doctors to perform medical procedures. And so I would have to go to a lot of trade shows and just demonstrate this hardware. And so I would show, oh, here's how you can practice doing a bronchoscopy. And I would practice, and doctors would watch, and they would ask me where I went to medical school. And it dawned on me that I actually learned how to do a bronchoscopy. And I learned how to do it very well. I can still, and this was 30 years ago. And I feel like I could still do it. I still remember that, try to get through the vocal cords, you need to press on this foot pedal to spray lidocaine. Like, I would not remember that if I had read it in a book or if I'd watched a lecture. So experiencing things is a profound benefit for education. It will transform education, and ultimately the use of virtual worlds and mixed reality worlds should be central to education. On the other side, because it is so immersive, it's also highly addictive. And that's dangerous. And also all the things that happen on social media today, bullying, is even worse when it's immersive because it impacts you viscerally. And so we need strong protections for children in these immersive worlds, but we need those protections because the benefits for education are so profound.
I want to open it up. I know we have a lot of people in the room for your questions for our two authors. Yes, please, right here. And then over here. I think we have a mic coming to you, so just hold on one moment.
I'm daily assaulted with, do I want cookies? Do I want some cookies? Do I want no cookies? And it's so bad that over half the websites are asking me this now. And as we go into an AR, VR world, the opportunities for more questions are immense, so that the next generation may have to check off 20 questions before he's allowed onto the damn website. My head's going to explode if this keeps up. Can we deliver a future in which all that disappears?
Well, this is what was mentioned earlier. I think the reason you have those cookies is because some advertiser wants to track you. Right?
Exactly.
If we move away from advertising as the main revenue model for an online business and for future social networks, instead of if the metaverse was still based on advertising, then we are in trouble. We're going to have that 100 cookies. But if we move away and make it either fee-based or some other way of funding it, then you should not have to answer those questions.
Next question over here.
So much. I have a loud voice, but and thank you guys. This book is phenomenal. I spoke to you in the hallway. My question is, if one of my favorite sections in the book is the tips you have for students. As an educator, most of my career, what do you recommend for us if we have a headset to prepare to get more comfortable with this technology? So if you have something, what would you recommend that we can explore and do with these headsets? Because it doesn't still seem to be socially acceptable to have a headset on, and people might think, oh, it's goofy or just a gamer.
I mean, I think, are you talking about for the children to be using or for yourself?
For children, for ourselves, just if we have a headset, what can we do so we start getting more comfortable? I mean, should we start proposing to have meetings in VR and VR chat? Should we explore different games? I mean, should we, fitness apps?
A social acceptance is not that bad of an issue today because very few people actually go outside, except maybe during the first week of Apple Vision Pro launch. But the reality is that most devices today are made to be used at home, and if they're at home, it doesn't really matter what you look like and how dark you are. If you spend more time in it, and actually VR chat, I think was a wonderful way to get exposure to long duration social experience, right? Because I think that's probably the closest thing to the future metaverse that we have today, and to see how a global network of people who are pseudo-anonymous, how they behave, how do they interact, and how you can change your appearance. No matter which room you go to, you can change the way you look and go into places and there's tens of thousands of worlds, so you can go and find the topic that you're interested in. So I think that is one good place to explore. But the reality is that there are thousands of pieces of XR content out there, and probably hundreds of good ones. So go and explore them, and I try to use as many as I can, but I always feel like I'm missing some. And the more you use, the more you will start to appreciate the type of ways that this technology can be used to educate, to tell stories. Recently I was a judge at a Mexico film festival, and I was judging the interactive content, and I had to look at 20 or 30 pieces of content over 2 days. It was just overwhelming how creative people are in terms of using this medium to convey different content and educate, and most of them were educational related. So
we have time for one quick question, one quick answer.
So I want to comment, sort of ask about your comment about your vision for the future where everyone's wearing glasses. So about 10% of the people in this room are actually wearing glasses. Probably the other half of us are wearing contacts. So I'm skeptical that I have no interest in wearing glasses all the time. So what's plan B?
So I would say that if somebody told you 20 years ago that everybody would have a little computer in their pocket and would be staring at it for hours each day and would be the thing that they pick up first thing in the morning and carry it through their day and put it down by their bed, you would say that seems unlikely that people are going to do that. So when I would argue that in 10 years, when we look back at movies and we see people walking down the street staring down at a phone, it will look silly because the content will just be all around us, and they'll be wearing lightweight glasses. They don't have to, their hands are free. The content is around us, and it's AI is guiding us in our ears. And so it's a far more natural way to interact with information. And so instead of it being people looking at it as encumbering, in that, oh, now people have to wear glasses, people look at it as freeing. Oh, now I'm not holding this phone all day or sitting in front of a screen. The information is just where I need it, when I need it. And this issue is really, it's a cultural issue more than anything. And technology changes culture. It changes culture rather quickly. And if you're in a world where other people are walking down the street and they have all kinds of information that you don't have, whether you want to or not, you will be compelled to adopt that technology. I think the adoption will be, as Alvin said, significantly faster than the transition from flip phones to smartphones. The transition from smartphones to eyewear will happen faster as soon as the first devices are out that people can wear all day or close to all day and provide value.
Yeah, and then I'll tell you, actually, I used to wear contacts, and now I'm even without displays, I'm wearing this all day as my all-day wear glasses because of the value that it adds to me. So, and half of people already wear glasses or wear contacts anyway, so it is something that they're used to having something on their head. So the transition will probably be a little smoother than you expect, and especially because of the social aspects. And especially when you find that you're not wearing it and you're 50 points IQ, less intelligent than people around you, you will very quickly decide that it's worth the effort to put something on your head.
But we all can't wear Ray-Bans that look exactly the same.
The smart contact lens will take a little longer. So I know a few of those folks. So
well, we're going to have to stop there just because of time. I know there's much more we can get into. Before we stop completely, where can people get your book?
Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's in most bookstores. Just go to ournextreality.com, and all the links are there, as well as you can even access a custom GPT that can ask questions based on being trained on this book. So anything that we would answer would probably be about 90% as accurate as us.
So I could have done the interview.
That's
with
true.
We should do that next time.
Yeah, we'll do the extended cut with the chatbot.
Yes.
How about that? All right. Well, please join me in thanking our two guests. And next up, we'll invite Alex Ambrose, who will be leading our next panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here in person, and for those who are joining online. I'm Alex Ambrose. I'm ITIF's AR/VR policy analyst, and I'm so pleased to have this panel here today to speak about immersive manufacturing. And I wanted to reference something that Charlie earlier today mentioned, that the industrial metaverse is projected to be a $100 billion industry by 2030. So in manufacturing, XR is being used from workforce development to 3D modeling to quality assurance and more. And as we all know, the industrial metaverse industry is facing an uphill battle with retaining skilled workers and maintaining effective job training. But the impact is clear, from better management of machine life cycles and repair to less downtime on the production floor and better sustainability impacts in the future. And beyond the workforce, immersive manufacturing can be used in all sorts of applications and phases of the manufacturing work stream, which I'm really excited to dive into today. So I'm joined on stage by a wonderful panel. I have with me Josh Bankston from Mace Virtual Labs, Troy Hall from the House Science, Space and Technology Subcommittee, and David Chu from NVIDIA. So I think we should start with some table setting first. And I'd like to just kind of go down the line here and talk about the sort of applications that you're working with, what the industry is looking like for you, and kind of help the audience better understand the space.
Yeah, thanks. Pleasure to be here, and excited to be able to talk about this subject. From where we sit at Mace Virtual Labs, we work day to day, hand in hand, with a lot of the majors that are in manufacturing and other industries. So we're seeing scalable deployments now, where I like to say we're at the end of the beginning for the adoption curve for VR. So we're starting to see the growth pattern past that R&D phase, that innovation hub. Now the proof is in the pudding. Now they're ready to go. And a lot of these businesses, it can be a race to second or even third. They're seeing the competitors put out the solutions. They're seeing the ROI is met. And now they're trying to take a strategy of, okay, how do we make a big impact? How do we implement the right tools for the right job? And how do we make a big change, an evolutionary change for and all the industries? Manufacturing specifically, we're seeing a lot of health and safety. We're seeing a lot of digital twins and access to data sets that are much bigger and much larger than they were ever able to digest before.
End of the beginning. You must have read Lewis and Alvin's book. I know that's how they conclude their book. Troy, please.
It's a great book.
I would say in Congress, one of the things we're seeing is a convergence of kind of three things that Josh just touched on: the AR, VR, the digital twins, and AI. And specifically, how those technologies can impact some of the key challenges that the US government faces, whether that's energy deployment, whether that's the defense industrial complex, or even advanced technologies like fusion. And so kind of where those go from here is a challenge. So yeah.
Hi, David Chu. I would just like to plus one what my colleagues have been saying at NVIDIA. We pride ourselves on helping enterprises and industry at large succeed in their computing endeavors. And with regards to the industrial metaverse, what we're seeing is that folks realize that what they're building today, whether it's a small project, a medium-sized project, a large project spanning multiple buildings and warehouses and factories, they realize that they can gain such efficiencies when they digitalize that, when they apply inherent capability to visualize that spatially, to simulate spatially, and then to apply additional compute intelligence in the form of AI on top of that. It just kind of all goes together very, very frictionlessly. And perfect casting by Troy. When you have those three ingredients, XR, digital twin, and AI, it just leads to such a productivity boost that folks are beginning to adopt. They're figuring out how to go from POC to pilot to production. Some verticals are doing it much faster. We can talk about that in more detail, but some verticals like auto manufacturing, electronics manufacturing factories, they're doing it much, much faster because they often work with large manufactured things already, which are complex. When you have those ingredients and you want to see those objects that you're building, you want to save on the cost. You don't want to build it wrong a second, a third time. You don't want the as-built and the design to be different. And so you see folks embracing this technology because it's such a savings in their workflows.
I want to sort of build on that a little bit, talking about frictionless. I like that word. And Josh, maybe I'll turn to you first. So sort of building off of all of these applications that you mentioned, can you sort of speak onto how these technologies are adapting these traditional manufacturing processes and how that kind of, like I said, that transition is going? Is frictionless what you're experiencing?
I think adopting or investing in any technology, it has inherent friction. But employing the technology in the right way and having a good strategy and good partners allows for reduction of that friction. And what you realize when you get to this state where you have these tools and these techniques working together cohesively, then you can achieve that frictionless state, right? One of the things that David touched on was when you're deploying mass manufacturing or very large manufacturing scales, you're investing a lot of money. But if you could build the digital twin of that and send your entire engineering team through it in an immersive way, whereas if they're physically walking the plant before even one wrench gets turned, now you have a way to test, do A/B testing on multi-billion-dollar facilities before you have to drop those kinds of dollars in investment. And so then you start to be able to iterate. You're able to change and adapt and modify the current structure and paradigms and move towards something that maybe wasn't tested before because it was just too prohibitive.
Yeah, and I can add to that. Like, I'll give an example. One of our good partners is the BMW Group, for example. Of course, they're known for manufacturing automobiles. And when they set up a plant to manufacture automobiles, they have to lay out all these various stages of the assembly line, right? And they want to do that in a space-efficient, cost-efficient manner. And they want to be able to do that with upgrades over time. They have new robotic work cells, some with humans, some without humans. How do humans fit safely in those environments? And then they might install additional parts of other things like a compressor and so forth over time. So how are they going to do that if they want to keep that factory running up at full capacity while they're doing that? And they don't want to have downtime, right? Because downtime, as you know, is lost productivity, lost cost. And so by working with us, they were able to import all of their assets digitally from multiple vendors. There was a comment made earlier that, hey, maybe in enterprise it's easier to have a closed garden. Well, actually, if you look at these factories, there's thousands of vendors that go into putting things in those factories. And yes, before they were vendors of physical goods, but we're increasingly seeing more and more they're vendors of digital goods too, the digital twin replica of what they sell. And so by having those digital twins, BMW as a consumer of those, they can simulate all of the workflow that will happen in that plant ahead of time. And they can do that in a way that they can play out different scenarios that are very, very hard to do physically, and by playing those out, they can introduce, hey, maybe I'll move this piece of the assembly here rather than here. And that saves me 10, 20% in terms of my turnaround time. We've seen cases of high as 51% per unit worker productivity savings, which is incredible, right? If you could attend 51% more sessions today, right? Like that would be a huge knowledge increase for you. And so just imagine the worker on the factory floor being able to do that and have that advantage at the same time. And so when they digitalize all of these capabilities, and then before they go and make the change, they have all the trades come in and walk through that space, whether you're electrical, HVAC, on the manufacturer, the forklift operator, right? They can catch flaws really early in the process, and then that allows them to even gain further savings. So what you're seeing is, yes, historically we had brownfield, some things were digitalized, some things were not. But what we're seeing more and more in the greenfield space and even in the brownfield space is we're seeing requests from the purchaser to have the digital twin versions of the world so they can not only use it for XR. XR obviously is a great way to consume this data and to visualize it and to simulate it, but then also in just a 2D web portal, right? It's a great way to consume it there as well.
I would maybe also add an example. The Department of Energy's Idaho National Lab is using these technologies on nuclear reactors. And so just imagine the implications there. I mean, you don't want your workforce in a highly radioactive environment. So you can put the headsets on, you can look at a reactor. Oh, what if we tweak this knob, what does that do? And so, I mean, I think that's a really exciting area.
I think also from a policymaker standpoint, right? You'd want to know what that product is going to be. How is it going to exist in our space? If you're going to be creating a grant program to provide funding for some of these entities to produce these products, if you could explore and understand it more accurately, then you have more sure footing of how you support it or create policy or create guidance that helps put it back on the right path.
That's right. And to add to that, like one class across industries that we see is these design reviews, right? What you guys are pointing towards, these design reviews. They're, we're verbal creatures, obviously, but we were spatial before we were verbal, right? And that's why they're so intuitive to use oftentimes. Yes, it does take a little friction. The industry is helping to reduce that friction, but it's just very intuitive for folks from different expertise to gather and comment. And just like you do with a doc today, right? You comment and iterate. This is the same thing that's starting to emerge for 3D and for XR.
I wanted to sort of build on that for all of you. I mean, as you're thinking of these longer term implications, and maybe not just for the United States and from a government perspective, but how we're going to be using all of this globally, how are you all sort of seeing that emerge?
I mean, I would say one example I would point to is the U.S. Defense Department is starting to use some of this technology around its shipyards. And so, oh, this ship's got to be in dry dock X number of months. And so starting to kind of put all that together, and then you look on the global scale of we have ships all across the world. And so I think the defense industry is going to be a huge proponent of this technology.
Yeah, we're seeing that as well. We work with one partner, they're Vario. They make a very high-end headset. That headset has visual acuity as good as the human eye, 60 pixels per degree, very, very high acuity, right? They're a supplier to a defense sector, but they also supply many other sectors. In fact, they were one of the first VR headsets that was FAA certified. So now you can accrue your flight hours on a VR headset. That just happened recently, actually. And so they're also part of a trusted supply chain, actually, as well.
I think on a global stage, I mean, so many companies have global headquarters here, right? But they have facilities in every country around the world. And what this really brings us is the ability to co-locate in a way that spans beyond a simple Zoom call. We can be face-to-face with the product. We can interact with the digital twin. We can sit together in a digital office where we can have natural interaction with each other. You can have hand gestures and key into a lot of those nonverbal cues that are a part of how we communicate together. So it gives a level of access, it gives higher communication, and a better direct interface with the tools that we're interfacing with.
Can you expand more about how you would build those sort of partnerships, like you were saying, to expand it to groups who might not be using this technology typically? So how are you sort of thinking about that?
Partnerships are key in adopting a new technology because no one entity is going to do everything perfectly right all the time. I mean, a great example is what Vario does with their very, very, very high-end headset, but it's the right tool for the right job. Identifying which tool makes sense, what level of investment, and then reaching out to other entities that are employing those tools to some level of success and building on it. We're not here to reinvent the wheel 17,000 times. We're here to learn from the mistakes and the trials and tribulations of each other and build on that together. And we've seen a lot of success at Mace specifically by identifying that we are going to be a partner-driven company where we work very closely with OEM manufacturers of the devices and the cutting-edge equipment, and then we go and learn what the customers' use cases are and what their trouble is that they're trying to solve, and helping steer them in the way that they can make a sound investment. But we also don't make content in-house, and that allows us to be driven by the customer needs rather than what we built specifically. And that consistently proves out with our end users that we can help be opinionated, but also driven by what their story is rather than trying to sell a specific product that we are making in-house.
And I would probably say too that death by 1,000 cuts kind of comment, like the US government isn't going to develop a headset or whatever for each one of its use cases. It's going to work with the vendors on what exactly they need at DoD, Department of Energy, DHS. And so I think it's building those public-private partnerships in a constructive manner is going to be vital.
From the NVIDIA perspective, we work in so many industries, but we're, we work with the experts in those industries, the ISVs, the folks that already are deep experts in those industries to bring our solutions to market, right? Like we're really, hey, we make great chips, we make great microservices, we have a great platform, right? But to let that platform shine in all the ways that it can, whether it's for XR or AI, we need an ecosystem to go bring it to market. And that's really, that partnership bit is fundamental. I'll answer your question in another way though. which is when you think about groups across the country, just let alone the country, working together. You know, it used to be you would make, for the automotive sector, you would make a clay model in let's say Long Beach in your design center, ship it to Detroit, right? The clay model, the full clay model of the car, right? When you were building it for design review, that's no longer necessary, right? So you can engage many more stakeholders wherever they may be in your company to achieve the result that you want, to get that expert design review from somebody living in South Carolina or Everett, Washington, or again, Detroit. So you can have those conversations in a much more fluid and a much more rapid way with some of the XR technology.
I think one of the pieces that you hear about, I mean, historically with automation, is the impact on workers. And so I'm just curious, as we're sort of thinking about this critically, how are companies sort of using this immersive tech to onboard new workers, train their workforce in these critical sectors? What are you seeing in your experience?
I would like to say from firsthand experience, you know, trying to learn by textbook versus learn by doing, right? This is how we're born into this world. We learn that's hot, don't touch it. We learn that's sharp, that's a dangerous object. And being able to expose a worker in really any environment, manufacturing or otherwise, directly to the process and allowing them to learn by doing an action is not just beneficial to the worker, to reducing the onboarding time, but also reducing health and safety concerns. But you also start to build empirical data sets, right? Instead of an anecdotal, do you feel like you learned everything you learned? Do you understand what you went through? Well, no, I get to know gaze detection. I get to know how much time you spent in it. Did you see the right flashing light up in the top left? Well, you didn't look over there. And I can build all this into an LMS that actually grades you and scores you and says, okay, well, you had some trouble with this specific spot. Let's do this other component. Let's do this other training module and get you spun up to speed, get you spun up so that you are proficient before you ever step foot on the factory floor.
I'm happy to share a couple of anecdotes here. One of the companies that we work with is Medical Holodeck. They had a customer, University of Bonn hospital system, and these guys, they do a 500,000 surgeries a year, for example, right? Lots and lots of training of new medical students. And it turns out that to really be proficient as a medical student, as was mentioned by our last speaker, you need to work with the phantom, right? You need to work with the phantom, which is that dummy that you see of the human body, whether it's the GI or the skeletal system or what have you. You need to have hands-on time with that very expensive, hard to access, not really available device just for training, right? And that's just for the training side. And so, or your alternative is you could read it in a textbook, right? We know what's going to happen here. When you make that access to that training lower friction, right? Surprise, surprise, what happens? People enjoy it more, they retain it better, and they can apply, they feel more confident when they go and are going to perform that surgery or that operation. And these are borne out by the stats. And some of the stats are really incredible on this front, right? Like 120% more efficient at their job when they're doing it. Almost 100% recommendation net promoter score when they look at how many people like versus dislike this type of training versus the classical type of training. I think it was mentioned earlier. It kind of is. It's very intuitive why people like this for education, and education of sort of very specialized disciplines like medical. It applies to folks on the factory floor as well. And we're seeing that across the board. Many partners in many of the sectors that we work with, they use this training system because, again, it just taps into that innate spatial reasoning and spatial memory that people have.
Well, and like what you brought up earlier about using this in highly or extremely dangerous environments like a nuclear fusion reactor or something like that. These parts do need maintenance. They are going to take some kind of human interaction at some point. And being able to train somebody and know that they've had 1,000 hours in the simulator doing it before they ever have to be exposed to that dangerous environment. It protects them, it helps meet the needs of the policy and the guidance, and it helps make sure that we do it right the first time.
That's right. And just to add on to that, like imagine the cost of grounding a F-16, right? Just to like do the training for that. Imagine if your operator is not really well trained when they go and do their task for real. All of these things can be benefited by XR in a big way, and that's what we're seeing, and that's why it's having purchase in many of these verticals.
Well, I want to sort of, we are at the policy conference here, so I want to sort of touch on the policy piece a little bit more. I mean, Troy, you started speaking about it. Maybe we can talk about it as it relates to, like you were saying, these dangerous situations. Is that what the focus is with the government you're finding? Is that sort of the direction we're going, or how are they thinking about those issues?
I would say there's a couple buckets. One is kind of use cases. Where can we start using this technology? I'd say another big one, like artificial intelligence, it's all about the data. And how are we collecting that data, and then how are we protecting that data? Those, I think, are the big questions that policymakers are asking right now. So.
I would be remiss if I didn't talk about AI. That's sort of been one of our threads throughout the day. And so how are you all thinking about that? I mean, maybe we can speak as it relates to, we sort of touched on digital twins a little bit, but is that sort of the way that you all are finding that, the pathway to bigger immersive manufacturing, or how are you all seeing that?
I'm happy to say a few words there. AI can be used in so many ways for XR in the enterprise and industrial enterprise. Just to give a very, very simple example, right? When you have something that is manufactured, it was designed a certain way, a component that goes on the factory floor, and you want to make sure the design version is the same as the as-built version, right? You use AI to register that as-built thing in space, right? So you know where it is in XYZ. And then you overlay your design version on top, and then you see, okay, hey, that looks right, or it doesn't look right. And so that helps there. And then you take that widget, and then you want to, let's say, fit it through the car frame, right? And AI can help you there as well to figure out, is there a reasonable path via things like reinforcement learning to see if that robotic arm can actually navigate to fit that widget in the right spot in the car frame, as another example. I would say also, we're a related topic here is that we're on the cusp of some really interesting developments in humanoid robotics, right? I think there's a lot of energy in that ecosystem right now, and XR has a really, really key role to play there, right? Because these robotic systems, they can do things that are too dangerous, right? Too tedious, too laborious for humans to do. But they need a lot of training, right? Yeah. They need a lot of training. They need a lot of assistance. So that's where, as a worker, you can kind of go in and guide that system. You can use the benefits of XR, and you can guide that robotic system to do the right things, because many of these spaces, their default construction was for humans, right? So a humanoid system can go on and assist. It can be your helper. You can be controlling a fleet of them, right? 2 or 3 of them, maybe at first, maybe 1 to start off with, but maybe 2 or 3. And then eventually you can be the brains behind these humanoid systems. And that's really where XR is starting to find a real additional purchase as well, which is the augmentation to these humanoid robotic systems. We announced something at SIGGRAPH. It's a very top tier conference earlier this year, where we are having the ability for our XR systems to interface with humanoid robots. So if that's something that is of interest to your manufacturing endeavors, then we have something there that can help you.
I think a common thread with all of this is that XR is an integral tool, and it's a part of the full stack solution that will end up being what we interface with in manufacturing and otherwise. The humanoid robot, like what Figure is doing with their humanoid bipedal robots. But I mean, also in manufacturing, you have, articulating arms, and you have all these other tools and mechanisms that are they themselves robots. It's not limited strictly to bipedals. But AI building into all of this it's a part of all of that stack as well. And I think one of the important things to realize is XR gives us access to more data. It lets us build that empirical data set that we can feed into AI, that can feed into the robotics. And actually, Figure uses humans in VR headsets to first drive the robots manually and then build the algorithm so that the robot can then drive itself. It's all human in the middle of that loop.
Well, one of the pieces, again, a thread that I've been hearing that I want to sort of touch on is how can companies sort of address this complexity and this cost while implementing these immersive technologies, and also maybe additionally, how can the government support that? Big question.
Happy to take a crack at that. Let's make no bones about it, right? 3D is hard, right? 3D is very hard. However, we're starting to see how the ecosystem is starting to address that, at least on the enterprise side. One of the technologies and standards that's gaining more and more adoption is OpenUSD. So OpenUSD is this notion that you can describe a 3D scene in a way that anybody else, any other tool, any other piece of software can understand. So just imagine, like, what is the HTTP equivalent for the metaverse, right? And so if you have OpenUSD, and it was first proposed by Pixar, right? Pixar made beautiful 3D scenes for their movies. Now it's being adopted by Autodesk, Adobe, Meta. We're a big proponent of it as well. But the idea is that no matter where you start your 3D journey from, right, you can integrate it with other people's 3D assets into the same 3D scene. And that's not just a static scene. It can be dynamic. It can be evolving, right? And this provides a really powerful capability for interoperability, and so that's one key aspect of how to make this less friction for folks to adopt and see these beautiful creations in XR. Now, another aspect of that is when you think about what the digital twin is offering you, it's the idea that you can simulate at high fidelity, right? Because if you're going to build your massive container ship in XR, which some of our partners at Hyundai and Siemens are doing, you better darn sure you want that to be accurate, right? You're very, very specific about the accuracy. That's why you did this digitalization in the first place. And so what that means is that if you have the ability to simulate the physical world accurately, that becomes very critical. From a visualization standpoint, it means every ray of light, every bounce of light that casts a shadow, simulating those well becomes very important. Obviously, NVIDIA has some background in that. That's kind of nice from our gaming heritage. But just that accurate simulation, that physically accurate simulation of the world, just gives that level of trustworthiness, right, to what users see and what users may design review or take through the whole process, all the way from design to engineering to manufacturing to rolling it out to marketing, right? And then the last piece is, okay, you bring all these together, you need to scale, right? Because whether you're building something small or something very, very large, right? You need to be able to scale that simulation to all sorts of sizes. And so that's another thing that is a challenge, but with some of the technologies, and we're happy to help with this, is becoming more and more possible. Lastly, the other point is that authoring is hard. This point was made early in this conference. Authoring this content is hard. And so some of it is brownfield material where you have an existing physical object or space that is not, it doesn't have a CAD 3D basis, right? So how do you get that into your environment? And NVIDIA, through NVIDIA Research and NVIDIA capabilities, has ways to scan content, right? Scan worlds with Gaussian splats, with neural radiance fields, so that you can bring in your existing content into a metaverse environment. And in addition to that, having the visual representation is nice, but back to, you need to know, like, this surface, how does that surface reflect light, right? How does that surface interact when it's deformed, when it's bumped by a human or a robot, right? Well, that's where, again, AI can help. And we have a number of tools in the pipeline that help determine that this is, infer that it's this kind of surface versus this kind of soft carpeted surface, right? So all of these capabilities together let us have a portfolio of ways in which we can ease the onboarding to the metaverse.
I think from a government perspective, I think it's important that the government understands what the private sector is doing and not duplicate that. And so I think the government's role is more providing guardrails, again, around data security protection, and then also the national security piece. Because, I mean, one thing we haven't talked about is all of these technologies in the wrong hands can potentially do a lot of terrible, terrible stuff.
I hate to end on a negative note like that, but unfortunately I am out of time. But I'd just like to say XRA has an amazing infographic about immersive manufacturing I encourage you to check out. And we have a few pieces on ITIF's website as well. Our techno-economic agenda that Daniel Castro has contributed to has a whole section on R&D and manufacturing. So encourage you to check that out if this is a topic of interest to you. But thank you all for being here, and thank you panel for being here as well. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here today. Thank you. Thank you, John. My name is Brooke Morrill. I am the Senior Director of Education at Schell Games, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit today about AI-assisted player support in Among Us VR. A little bit different than we've talked about so far, but I promise it's relevant. So first, a little bit about Schell Games. We are a full-service game design and development company. We're located in Pittsburgh. We've been there for 22 years now. We do both client work and original IP work across 4 verticals: health, education, home entertainment, and theme parks and museums. So we also like to solve difficult problems and work with cutting edge platforms. So that set the stage really well for a partnership with Innersloth, who made the wildly popular mobile game Among Us. So Among Us, if you haven't played or don't know about it, very briefly, it's a social multiplayer game where you're set in a spaceship and tasked with doing various things, but secretly one of the players in the game is an imposter. They're assigned as the imposter, and it's their job to eliminate players. Every time a player is eliminated, everybody gets together to vote to try to figure out who the imposter was. So as you can imagine, it's raucous and social, and hilarity ensues pretty constantly. So we released this game in 2022, and we've kept it going with downloadable content and limited time events to keep our community engaged since then, almost exactly 2 years ago. So who is our community? Our target audience is aged 13 and up. If you are at least 16, you have access to all the features of the game. In this case, we're talking really about voice chat, directly talking with other players. If you are between 13 and 15, you are limited to quick chat, which is pre-generated messages. So you can select things to say and send to people, but you can't actually talk to anyone. And then if you're under 13, you're unable to play. So since we've launched, on average, have seen about 50,000 hours of in-game audio a month. So as you can imagine, there's lots of interesting things going on there. There's tons of appropriate gameplay, tons of people accusing each other very nicely of eliminating players, but there's also a lot of inappropriate things. Anytime you put people together in a situation, there's going to be inappropriate behavior. So because it's a social situation and it's a gameplay situation, though, we have a quality issue. It's very subjective what appropriate gameplay is for some groups of friends or groups of strangers than others. We also have a quantity issue. So it would take up to 350 full-time moderators to review the kind of content that we're seeing, and that's obviously untenable. So thank goodness for AI. So about 2 years ago, when we were trying to solve this problem initially, we reviewed the available tools and decided to implement a tool called ToxMod. I'll note that over the past 2 years, the field has expanded rapidly, so there are a lot of other options available, and we continue to evaluate new offerings, but ToxMod continues to work for us. So that is what we use. What ToxMod does, it monitors all utterances made in the game and assigns a score to every single utterance that a player makes. So 0 to low scores, nothing happens because that's all that appropriate behavior. We don't want anything bad to happen for playtime. If a score meets a criterion high level, it results in an automatic ban from the game. The player is booted and they can't come back. Interestingly, we didn't always have that automated moderation turned on. Initially, we had ToxMod scoring the utterances and then humans reviewing everything to implement consequences. That over time, ToxMod has gotten better, the language model has gotten better, so we were able to turn on the automated moderation. And it has been wonderful because now moderators do not need to listen to what you can only imagine are sometimes very, very difficult things to hear. So I've talked about the low scores and the high scores, but what about those middle scores? It's a bit of a gray area because for some social groups, appropriate play for them is not appropriate play for someone else. So that's where we bring human intelligence. We bring a human back in. So we have a human review these mid-range scored utterances to make sure that the appropriate in-game consequence is implemented. In this case, when we're talking about in-game consequences, we're just talking about getting banned from the game. It's notable that only about 4.5% of all of that audio fits in this range, so it's much more manageable, and it lets us continue to have human eyes on this sort of gray area. And yeah, that's that part. So even obviously humans need objective definitions to be able to decide on what to do based on what they're hearing. So we came up with this acronym TOASTY as a model to help our moderators to figure out what they're hearing and whether it's appropriate. So things like, were the comments directed very specifically at another player? How offensive are these comments? Is there any real world action that could potentially be taken? Are they sustained, or is it sort of an isolated incident? Or is a player simply trolling and really trying to ruin everyone's time? I will note that most utterances that a human reviews ticks multiple of these boxes. The more of these characteristics that we see in an utterance, the more likely it is to receive a consequence. So various categories of conduct violations carry very different consequences. I couldn't possibly review all of them, but to give you a flavor of that, something like bullying is a 1-day ban, something like hate speech, maybe a 7-day ban, and then something really severe that we never want to see again, something like grooming, which is very rare, but it would carry a permanent ban. You can't come back. We have maintained a really, really low level of appeals. So players can always disagree and go through a formal appeals process. Less than 1/100% of bans are appealed. So we're pretty confident that we have an objective system that is fair. Our goal is really just to have a healthy, safe community that lets players play the way that they want to play, but again, without offending a whole bunch of people and making it unsafe. So what does that mean for other immersive experiences? So it's been said several times throughout the day, but AI moderation allows continuous monitoring to support player safety, and it's invaluable for especially a social experience that has a high level of user engagement. Wherever there's social interaction, there's going to be player safety considerations, but it's super, super important, and we heard this in the last panel, to pick the right tool for the right job. So if you've selected an AI tool, continue to reevaluate as new things come out and see if it's still the best thing for your game, for your player, for your context, and so on. I would also say that make sure that it works with the inputs of your game. So for example, Among Us 2D is also a social game, but you use text-based communication. In VR, text-based communication is not super comfy or great. So voice chat was the obvious place to go. You have to make sure that your AI tool can take that input and do with it what it needs to do. The next takeaway is that AI doesn't, for us, replace human intelligence. So we still want human eyes on, especially, again, these gray areas that might be a little bit more subjective. The humans will be as objective as they can, but we want to make sure that players are given the freedom to play while being in sort of a safe box. I've talked a lot about using AI to decrease inappropriate behavior, but for me, this last point is something that we're not exploring nearly enough, which is using AI and human intelligence, of course, to reward appropriate behavior. So when we're talking about that 4.5% of mid-range scored toxicity scores, that means 95% or so of game interactions are very appropriate. So there's a huge opportunity to be not just rewarding players for doing what they're already doing with in-game rewards or consequences, but shaping up appropriate behavior to make it happen more often, and then perhaps it translates into the real world, which would be the ultimate way to make the world a better place if we can do that. So that was a lightning talk. That was very fast. So any of these topics could be a whole talk in and of itself. So I would love to talk with you. I've also tagged my senior player support specialist, Laura Nora Call here. She also did a Game Developers Conference talk on this topic. We would be happy to chat about the ins and outs of all of this, but that is high level. So thank you very much.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us today. My name is Christine Loy. I'm a tech reporter at Politico and I'll be moderating our panel on a topic that's been, front of mind in the tech policy discussion at large, youth safety, but specifically, I think we're going to be talking about, how we can develop and design immersive technologies with youth in mind. And our panelists here have been thinking for a while about how, civil society, policymakers, and industry can come together and think of this issue. So I'd like to introduce you all to Tarunya Dharmarajan, who's a senior at Irvington High School in Fremont, California. She's also a youth advisory council member for the group Connect Safely. And then we have Dalit Shrahari, who's the senior director of U.S. public policy at Sony Interactive Entertainment, and Carlos Gutierrez, the deputy director and general counsel for LGBT Technology Institute. To start, I think I'd like to start with adoption. Immersive technology is being adopted in a variety of different settings, not only in the gaming industry, like the wonderful displays we have out there, but also for workforce training, healthcare, educational settings, and more. And in your experience, what are the settings in which you're seeing you first be introduced to this technology? Let's start with you and your own experiences, Tarunya.
Yeah, so the first time I used a VR headset was actually in an engineering class I took in my freshman year in high school about 3 years ago. My engineering teacher introduced us to VR headsets that she got donated from a couple smaller companies that were building those headsets. And she taught us how to, put them on, how VR works, and we used to play Beat Saber on that. So it was a very small introduction to what VR technology is, and that was one of the first times that I had really used it.
At home, I was lucky enough to later on get a VR headset, and I've used that quite a bit. I love to watch immersive videos on that headset. So a while back, we were learning about the Civil War in my history class. So once I came back home, I put on my headset and I was watching an immersive video of the Civil War. And it was very interesting because I was able to actually see some of the field hospitals that were there, Civil War era, and I was able to see the different attack strategies they were using. And I feel like that really helped me get a better understanding of what actually was happening. And it helped me really help with my retention of the concepts that I was learning in my history class at school. So I think there are multiple use cases. Education is one that I've seen it a lot. I've seen it in my classroom, not too much in my classroom, but I've personally used it quite a bit for my own personal enrichment. And I think there's a lot of potential for this VR technology and for young users to use this VR technology. DelBene, do you want to talk about, some of the settings in which you find that users are first being introduced?
Sure. So I'm with Sony Interactive Entertainment, better known as the company that's behind the PlayStation and the VR2 headset. And we have the demo outside, so I hope everyone will try or stop by the demo before you leave today, because it's a lot of fun. One of the things that we know from history, 50 years of history, is that video games are very often the first time a technology will appear. So, for example, all the way back at the beginning, you have conversations about AI. Well, I mean, all the way back to the ghosts in Pac-Man that are chasing Pac-Man around the screen, right? So video games have been using AI technology for decades. We talk about advances in hardware. There was a panel earlier today where we had someone from NVIDIA. Before NVIDIA was the company making all of your AI chips, NVIDIA was the company, still is, that's making all the graphics cards to power all of the gamers, right? So gaming has been a force for technology adoption, for half a century now. And I think we see that again in the AR VR space. Clearly, gaming is today overwhelmingly the biggest application for this technology, but I think it's just the start. In terms of adoption, of course, cost is still surely a challenge, right? As Tarunio and others have talked about, right? Our headset is not that expensive, but it works with the console. So you have to buy your PlayStation console, and then you have to spend another $500, $600 for the VR2 console. Now, the hope is that a lot of gamers would already have a console, so it's more of an incremental purchase for them. But there's no denying that cost is still a factor. And when Apple has a headset that's $3,000, we can understand that. But, the technology keeps emerging, it keeps getting better, and it keeps getting cheaper. So hopefully we'll be able to address that barrier.
Carlos, I'm curious, in one of the settings in which you're seeing this technology be introduced more recently, increasingly, what do you think are the barriers in the educational setting?
Yeah, first of all, thank you to ITIF and XRA for this conversation, and thank you for your partnership, both of you, and your work with marginalized communities as well. So a little bit of context setting, the LGBT tech community tend to be early adopters of technology. We get cell phones, we get technology earlier than other communities do. We have research that shows that 63% of LGBTQ adults join digital spaces before the age of 18. And this number rises to 79% for trans adults and 96% for those who are now 18 to 24. So adoption by teens and youth of all technologies is something that the LGBT community has done in a greater percentage than others. And there's a lot of reasons for that. XR and other types of social media provide our community a sense of community and fellowship that they may not find at home. We are one of the few minorities that can be discriminated against in our own homes. So a lot of us have to go onto the internet and go into different devices just to find out more about our identity or ask questions about who we are that we may not be able to ask at home. So our adoption of technology and our use of technology tends to reflect that. And in the education context, when we're talking about children, a lot of the things that come up are just kind of these inclusive experiences that people may have that they wouldn't have otherwise. So, for example, you could be in a classroom and have an interactive storytelling session on a VR headset. You could be doing it across the country with kids from all other schools. You could have a celebrity read a book on a VR headset and have everyone in the room in every school feel like they're in the audience the same way that you guys are sitting here watching me talk. And that's a great and incredible kind of tool, especially for communities where you may not have access to these devices at home. So the educational aspect of this and having these devices available for education becomes even more meaningful for rural communities, underserved communities, where they may not have access to this as well. Some of the other things that they can do with these headsets is they can go on virtual field trips. I know that Google, at the very beginning of this, when they were giving away these cardboard glasses, that at every festival you went to, you would see these kind of virtual reality cardboard boxes that you would put on your face. One of the things that they developed was following a young man in Colombia going to his first Pride event. And it was just a video of him going to a Pride event, and you could follow along with his experiences. He lived in a small town. A lot of people who had never been able to go to a Pride event could now take advantage of this. So these kind of field trips that you can do in schools would be something that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. As you know, as long exploring concepts in 3D, STEM learning. You can see a situation where you have an immersive language where you're at a cafe in Paris. This shows you that I don't have children. My first example for kids was a cafe in Paris. An appropriate child plays in Paris where they're having a conversation with a French student. So the possibilities are endless for these kind of applications.
What a cultured child. I'm Tarun.
Exactly.
You know, you mentioned that you have had some exposure to this technology in your classroom, and that went, like, for example, for a history lesson, like, it has enhanced your understanding of the topic. But you also said you haven't, used it as much as, you would hope. Why do you think that's the case in your specific case? And in general, like, what can, is it at the district level? Is it policymakers? Like, what can others do more to introduce this technology and make it accessible to you?
Yeah, definitely. I think the number one thing is obviously cost. We've mentioned this quite a bit, but it is very important. These headsets are expensive. We had about 3 at my school, and they were all donated. So I go to a public school. We can barely afford to have updated laptops and devices for us to use. It's very rare that we're going to get a VR headset. So I think if we're able to lower the costs of this and put more investment into this type of technology, it'll be a lot easier for students to get access to this. The second thing is our teachers need to be able to teach with VR headsets. And the problem is that a lot of them might not know how to use it themselves. Back during COVID, I know a couple teachers that had to take an early retirement because they didn't know how to scale to the different technologies we had to adapt to at the time. If we're bringing in something like VR and immersive technology, headsets that we're having students use, teachers themselves need to be able to get resources that'll help them understand how they can support their students. So that is, I think, one of the major barriers. Even if we get 30 headsets, one for every child to use, the teacher needs to be able to teach with it. And finally, the third thing is content. We really need to have age-appropriate content that is actually useful in an educational setting. We have some resources online that we can access, but a lot of these they come with a price tag. So it's not just the price of the VR headset, it's the price of the content. And it's also what content we're getting access to. And I think if we're able to increase the resources we have for teachers, increase the type of content that is made available for students, that would be a great first step into improving the experiences that students have with immersive technology.
DelBene, how do you think about, the considerations that you have to keep in mind when designing this technology for youth? You brought up age-appropriate content, but what are the other considerations that you have to make?
Sure. Well, in the video game space, obviously, we have a huge population of young players, young gamers. So this is something that our industry has been thinking about for a long time, at least 30 years of serious work in this space. So video games, for example, the content all has ratings from the Entertainment Software Ratings Board, E for everyone, rated M for mature, T for teen, and the PlayStation console, as well as the Xbox and the Nintendo. They all respect the ratings. So if you have a child account on the PlayStation, and it'll look at the age, and it won't advertise age inappropriate games to the children. We also have parental controls as well, and I can talk more about that on our platform. We also do content moderation. We heard a little bit about that from the Lightning talk just before this panel. We do quite a bit of that with human moderation, and we're also looking at AI technologies in that area as well. So I think I'm not saying that there are no differences when you talk about AR VR technology, but I think those are the video game space is an important space to look at as sort of background for what could be done. The other thing I should mention that is specific to the VR2 headset is that we don't market the VR2 headset to children under the age of 12. So, and that's enforced. The VR2 headset works with the PlayStation 5 console. It'll actually give error messages for child accounts if the child is under the age of 12. We put it in our manual. We put it on the box of the headset that it's not appropriate for children under the age of 12.
Carlos, when you talk about, experiences like these being really important, and a lot of, you mentioned in the context of LGBT youth, it feels like a safe space, for them. What are, where are the limits of some of these measures that DelBene is talking about, like parental controls and designing, age-appropriate content?
Yeah, I mean, we're in this weird space where we're talking about children, but a lot of the systems are not designed for children under 13. So it's kind of this illegal use. So I think one of the big things is obviously research into kind of how these systems affect kind of developing brains and getting more information about kind of what is appropriate time for someone to be in a headset. So those are kind of some of the issues that we think about as well. But one of the bigger issues I think for this audience that has a lot of people in industry, the digital divide, hardware, software expense is something that it's really something that we're going to have to think about. If we're touting these systems as systems that are going to be able to bridge the digital divide, that are going to be able to help underserved communities, we have to figure out how we're going to pay for that. It's great to say we're going to have headsets in schools, but realistically, there may be one headset per school or one headset per classroom if you're lucky, and you have 30 students. How do we handle that? How do you handle kind of the broadband connectivity that you need to have these experiences? We may have the best experiences and the best curriculum, but if you can't stream video in your classroom or you can't stream more than one stream, it's not going to really help kids. So the digital divide is a big issue in this place. In terms of the tools that we are talking about, I think that industry has done, a good job of creating tools for user safety that can expand into the space. If you go into Horizon Worlds for Meta, for example, there's an automatic 6-foot bubble around you that keeps people from getting into your personal space. And that's actually a big deal. If you have not been in a VR headset, it may not sound like a big deal. But if you've ever been in a headset, it gets really uncomfortable really quick when somebody comes up and an avatar comes up to you and just kind of gets in your face and starts talking to you. So user controls that allow users to make sure, and children to make sure that, they are limited in who they can access, that they have the tools to kind of turn off conversations immediately and report them in a way that, that is going to be taken seriously, are kind of the things that we need to make sure that are available to educators as well as parents, as well as children, in order to make sure the experiences are safe.
DelBene, there are certain choices that developers have to make, just so that the technology can function properly. Do you ever find that those choices come in conflict with some of the, things that Carlos was talking about when it comes to, decisions that may make the experience safer for users, but maybe it may not be as feasible for you as the developer?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say in conflict, but I think, for example, I'm sorry I missed the privacy panel earlier this morning, but when you're talking about a headset, right, like, for example, we have cameras on our headset that are both looking internally at the user, at their eyes, but also looking externally at the room. And so I think we need to, we look at the brightness of the room, and we look at sort of the parameters of the play area that are in front of us, but we don't record any other information about the environment that's around us. But those things about brightness and the play area are necessary in order to make the thing work properly, right? Same thing with sort of the internal cameras in the headset that look in at the eyes, right? We're not preserving any information about what the user was looking at, but at the same time, you may need things like sort of keeping a heat map of where the eyes are generally pointed in order to calibrate the device properly so that it works properly. So whenever you're talking about policies that affect one of those things, you just have to be careful to make sure that you're not actually breaking the thing.
Mm-hmm. Tarunya, what are the conversations you've had about this in your youth council? Do you talk much about your experiences with the technology? What can be done to better your experience?
Yeah, unfortunately, quite a few people in the council aren't able to get access to VR, so there is that barrier. But that doesn't mean that we don't talk about it at all. We've had some conversations about immersive technology and some other adjacent technologies, and I think the number one concern has always been mental health. When we're looking at a technology like immersive VR experiences, there is definitely that factor of addiction. There have been studies that shown that VR gaming experiences are 44% more addictive than flat gaming experiences. And so in the Youth Council, we've had some opinions shared about how we need to have more resources available to the younger generation on how they can balance their device usage and how they can deal with these types of addiction issues. So that is, for me, and for the rest of the council, one major thing. We want to be able to balance our usage, and it's not just us. It's a lot of people that come into play, a lot of people that need to support us and help us make sure that we're using this technology for our development. The second thing was immersive technology gives it gives a lot of room for trust in the sense that when you're in an immersive space, you're more likely to trust the person in front of you because you're actually seeing an avatar. So it feels like you're really meeting this person and it feels like you really know them, even though you don't. And because of that, sometimes children and vulnerable groups can feel like they're trusting the person in front of them, even if they are a malicious actor that's looking to manipulate them and take advantage of them. And so we've talked quite a bit about how to improve safety and provide children with the resources to recognize manipulative situations and back up out of there. And I think we need more conversation about that as well. So those are just two of the things that we've discussed. But overall, I think there needs to be more consideration into the different mental health struggles that children face and the youth faces when they're using immersive technology.
And have you, in policy discussions or discussions about regulations, are there any proposals that you've seen speak to some of those issues?
Yeah, I think there have been a couple, but the one disparity that we as a youth council have noticed is the lack of youth voices in all of these policy proposals. We are a youth advisory council, so all of us value youth voices, and one major thing is that we wish youth were included in the discussions of these policies. We hope to have more opportunities for us to come out and share our struggles, so hopefully future products are created with the youth in mind. We have a lot of perspectives unique to us and a lot of opinions that I think we would love to share, and I wish that there are more policies that would take those into account, and I hope to see more of that in the future.
Speaking of policy, Congress is back in session, and earlier this summer, the Senate passed two bills that I'm sure many of you in this room will be familiar with. COSA, the Kids Online Safety Act, and COPPA 2.0, the Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act. Carlos, as the House decides whether to take up this bill or to debate its own legislation, LGBT Tech has raised some concerns about this legislation. Could you give us a flavor of what exactly you are concerned about and what amendments or alternative proposals could address some of them?
Sure. First of all, this really ties in well to Tarunya's presence here and the critical need for youth voices in this space. A lot of the social media bills, and by extension, tech bills in general, that talk about children's protection, which could easily involve XR, and obviously XR is part of the technology ecosystem, so it will involve XR eventually. A lot of these bills kind of treat youth as one lump that is not differentiated at all. So if you're saying that no one under 18 can go into a social media site, or no one under 18 can be in a headset or go to a space, you're treating a 17 and 18-year-old the same as you're treating a 10-year-old. and that your voice here talking about being in the room, I think it's really crucial to explain why you should not be treated the same as a 12-year-old and why your conversations are important. And one of the flaws that we see in a lot of these social media bills like COSA and a lot of the ones that are making their way around the states is that they do treat these individuals and children all as one group. There's no differentiation for growing up. The other part of this, and something that's very specific to our community, is that there's also the potential for weaponizing children's protection in culture wars. So what I mean by that is that we actually have a report that we published called Logged Out, Left Out, that will draw some links specifically between anti-LGBTQ plus legislators who are driving book bans, who are driving, the rush to ban drag shows, are the same people who are suggesting social media bills that talk about the best interests of children or a duty of care to protect children. And our problem, and the COSA is one of the bills that has a duty of care to protect children, and COSA also had attorney general enforcement of these provisions. So the attorney generals in different states had the ability to determine what was in the best interest of children in the states. You can understand that for an LGBT organization like ours, we are not quite comfortable with Ken Paxton in Texas deciding whether our content is something that's going to be best interest of children. So this kind of vague wording or this kind of standard that just talks about, you just have to act in the best interest of children, you have to ask in whose perspective and who's making that decision. Even something in COSA that talks about FTC enforcement, with a Trump FTC with 3 to 2 commissioners, we may have a very hostile FTC that says that having LGBTQ plus content, gender affirming content, is something that's not in the best interest of children. And whether they act on it or not, it will provide a chilling effect to companies who will have to make a decision of how close to that line they want to go and how hard they want to fight with a legislator or a government official about whether the content they're putting online is going to be in the best interest of children. So vague provisions like best interest of children or duty of care are the things in COSA and other social media bills that we are very concerned about, because it really becomes very subjective to determine what those are.
On the bills, Tarunya's point made me think of something. Interestingly, COSA doesn't just call for parental controls, right? Our industry has been doing parental controls for a long time. It actually calls for giving the minor control, right, over being able to turn off some things themselves, which I think is interesting. And the COPPA 2.0 bill as well, as part of the Senate bill that came out, I think it also requires that teens be able to give their own consents, whereas previously it was parental consent. It now calls for teens to be able to give some of their own consents for things like targeted advertising and such. So I actually think, to some extent, some of your fellow advocates have been a little bit successful with the current bills that are moving through in Congress, because I don't think we've seen that before, just even to distinguish between child and teen, as COPPA 2.0 would do. COSA doesn't make that distinction, of course, right? So, and COSA also, it wouldn't necessarily distinguish between different types of technology either, right? So social media, for example, does not have the ratings system in place. Social media would not have parental controls, certainly not that I'm aware. So some of those things probably need to be accounted for as well in the legislation.
Well, outside of these proposals, have you noticed any notable gaps when applying, existing policies to the XR space?
I don't. Want to take that one?
Carlos, something you mentioned earlier is that, some of these are, yet to apply to, immersive technology. And I was just wondering, are there kind of any glaring, holes that lawmakers are looking over, or, where maybe their focus is on the platforms itself and not so much on, companies like yours?
Yeah, I think that some of the areas where we're looking at that could be more government intervention is just privacy in general. We are concerned about kind of like the eyeball tracking. We're concerned about the mapping of the rooms, for example. So, we've all, like all civil society, we've all been kind of clamoring for a federal privacy bill for years. We have APRA on the table right now. I was going to say we're getting close, but we've been getting close for years and nothing has happened. So we're hopeful that. So a federal privacy bill, it has to start with a privacy rule that really covers everyone. And XR is not exempt from that. And there are specific privacy challenges in XR that actually do raise concerns. We talked about harassment. We talked about kind of the ability to, create bubbles around yourself. And those are the kind of things that we need to kind of do in a federal way to make sure that everyone's protected. But the main thing is that there are questions about privacy. And when you talk about educational settings in schools, there's also this kind of coerced environment, right? Like if you're putting this technology into a school, the children don't really have a lot of opportunity to object because of their privacy needs. And now you're putting teachers in charge of this privacy thing. You're putting teachers in charge of supervising content moderation and who they're interacting with in these headsets. And you don't really have the rules of the road to go with that. So a lot of the concerns that we have around it is privacy, eye tracking technology, biometric technology. All of these things are things that have not been regulated. We're still kind of deciding what to do with it. But there's going to be a ton of data that schools are going to get, or anyone else is providing these headsets that are going to get about our children, but it's not regulated right now. And there has to be conversations about how we're going to treat children's data. And just because they're in schools doesn't mean that they lose those rights of privacy and that they shouldn't have protection for their biometric data, for example.
The other thing I would just be wary of is lumping all of the technologies together. As I mentioned before, like I think a recent, maybe the version of COSA that passed the Senate now mentions AR, VR technology, right? And some versions of privacy legislation just mention it. But just tossing it into the bill, just tossing it into the bill isn't necessarily the same sort of real bespoke kind of attention that it needs. It's a different technology that presents different kinds of issues. And the danger is if you just sort of regulate it as one big chunk, that you might be doing it in a way that actually harms the technology development process.
Tarunya, I wanted to ask you about something Carlos mentioned. I understand that your council's also talked about the sensitivities specific to handling youth data. Yeah, I think the big thing that we want is transparency. We want to be able to understand what data is being collected, and not just our parents, like you said, not just our parents consenting to it. We want to be able to understand what data we're putting out there, and we want to be able to make those decisions as well. So I think if we're being transparent in a way where youth are also able to understand what type of data they're putting out on a platform, that could be really constructive, definitely. And also, I think one thing we've talked about is some default settings that limit data collection for youth. So not necessarily a button you turn on saying, I don't want this data to be collected, but default settings where you're not collecting a certain type of sensitive data from a minor. That's also something that we've discussed. And earlier you talked about, just kind of the general issue of not feeling like, your voice as youth are included in the discussion outside of advisory councils like yours. What are more ways in which, you can be proactively engaged, and who, in your view, whose responsibility, is it to ensure that those steps are taken? Yeah, great question. I think I've always been big on advocating for what you believe in. I've tried to get involved with whatever I'm passionate with. I'm currently working at the state Senate. So I would say go out there, think about what you're passionate about, and go out there and see what you can do in that field. Get involved with your local government if you can. Ask your Congress members, ask your state senators what their policies are. Think about what you think and write to them if you need to. If you don't agree with something they say, just write to them. I think it's really important that young people get involved with their local governments and understand what their local governments are doing. There are many organizations out there that talk about tech policy and that also offer resources to the youth to help them with addiction and all sorts of issues that come with tech. So I think taking the effort to research and to understand the problem is one step that the youth can take. Second, I think that there needs to be more resources available to youth as well. And that's something that can either be done by governments or independent organizations. If there's more research done into what younger people need, and if there's more initiative to put that out and give those resources to younger people, it would also help us in our own initiatives and involvement. And I know for like the two federal bills that you mentioned earlier, you have seen, I'm sure members of Congress have heard a lot from, youth and parent groups alike. Carlos, I asked you earlier about federal legislation at the state level. There are also a number of bills being considered. Do you feel like those, distinguish between older and younger teens and address some of the other issues that you had mentioned earlier at the federal level?
No, I don't think that most of them do. I can't think of a bill that a state bill that's covers social media that is kind of having that differentiation between like an 18-year-old or a 12-year-old. So I also can't think of any bill, and I could be very wrong about this, that specifically calls XR out as a technology. And most of these bills are targeted at kind of the social media sites like Meta or TikTok. So I don't think that that's even part of the conversation in these as well. But the bills that I've looked at are usually they're a blanket kind of prohibition under 18s or under 13s, and some of the things they ask for, like age verification, involves providing an ID to prove you're an adult. So you're in a position now where you're giving over more of your data to a company to prove that you're not a child, and this company now has to track, store, and protect all of this data that you're providing to keep children out of the site or be blocked and be kind of funneled into children's content. So social media bills have not differentiated that way, and they're kind of very much one covers all, one concept covers everything. Bills that are trying to work on a very specific problem that may not, as he said, work for XR applications that have different concerns.
Why do you feel, that it is the case that, XR VR technologies aren't even getting a mention at the state level?
I think that it just hasn't risen to the same level, kind of, that we're in an election year. So let's start there. These kind of bills and this kind of work, tends to be something that a lot of legislators do to kind of work for their base or prove that they're doing space. Children's bills, for example, are very specific. Social media has had a very specific focus in terms of the harms of social media for children, kind of the impacts and the solutions. So I think that the states are looking at social media as a harm specifically, and I don't think they're looking at XR in the same light at this point.
And do you expect that to change, after the election year? There's more time to pay attention to other priorities.
I expect to get fewer social media bills introduced that are content-based after the election year. So hopefully, yes. I'm hoping that there's going to be more bills that are introduced that work around, one of the areas of, I can't believe I'm mentioning AI. I promised myself I wouldn't say AI during this panel. But a lot of the bills that start talking about AI now give an opportunity to talk about other technologies. AI is going to have a significant impact on XR technologies. When you're talking about education, the ability to have an AI tutor that knows its child specifically and their needs and can tutor them is something that would be incredible for anyone to have. So my hope is that as legislators start looking at AI, which is a field that is very foreign to many of them, that leads to conversations about technology, and it leads to conversation about uses of XR in these places, and having conversations on how we integrate XR into these bills and make it part of the conversation, because it's going to be a very important part of this combined with AI.
DelBene, I won't fault you if you say AI in your response, but I want to ask you, looking forward, what do you see as, the trends in this industry, and how do you see the technology evolving?
Wow. Yeah, I think we see it just getting better and better, right? As we've gone from Oculus to the Meta headset, our VR, and then our VR2 product to the Apple headset. The technology is really, really improving. My hope is that it will come down in price over time, although there's no guarantee of that. My hope is that video games will once again be the harbinger for the future, in that more and more people learn about technology, come to the technology through games, right? But then over time, with that experience base, with that technology base, with some of the policy learnings that come from that there is more of a base that builds up that allows the technology to grow into all of the other domains that we've been talking about through the whole day.
In our last few minutes, I do think we have time to take questions from the audience, if any of you have any for our wonderful panelists. Right. Well, I think you guys did such a good job that no one has any follow-ups. Love that. Thank you again for this panel, and have a great rest of your day enjoying this session.
So I think we're going to take a quick kind of refreshment break, and then we'll be back here at 3:20 sharp, and we will get going. I just want to say, what a refreshing conversation, and it gives me a lot of hope to hear from someone like Taranya, who is a teenager who is engaged in really meaningful conversations about charting our future. So I just want to give a special shout out because that was pretty darn impressive. So well done.
We'll go right there. All right. Okay. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. Again, I'm Liz Hyman, and it's good to see all of you. And on behalf of the XR Association and ITIF, it's just been a great day. We've really appreciated it. And now I'm really thrilled to be able to sit here with Ziad, who comes from Qualcomm. I think I want to tell the audience a little bit about your background and then get into a conversation. So Ziad Asghar is a really impressive human being. He's bringing 25 years of experience in the wireless semiconductor industry, where he held a broad set of leadership positions from R&D to product management, first at Texas Instruments and now at Qualcomm. And today you are serving as Senior Vice President and General Manager of XR at Qualcomm Technologies. You've always had sort of a vertical horizontal perspective within Qualcomm, and I think as a testament to where this sector is going, you are now taking that considerable background and experience on business strategies and go-to-market and really focusing in on the XR segment in immersive technology. But I think also what's really interesting is that over the last 5 years, you were formulating and driving the generative AI efforts at Qualcomm, strategy, roadmap, all of those things. And I think that's a great starting point for our conversation today. I mean, as you've witnessed today, there's extensive conversation about the way in which AI and XR are coming together. AI has long been a part of XR, actually, computer vision, hand gestures, things of that nature. Now we have generative AI, which is sort of ticking up the conversation a little bit. So I wanted to start because obviously Qualcomm with the Snapdragon, I'm going to get this right, XR2 Gen 2 platform.
That's right.
You guys recognize this important convergence of technologies, and I'm wondering, can you tell us a little bit about the Qualcomm approach and what's the vision here? How does it look?
Well, I believe in the promise of XR and AI coming together to the extent that I actually chose to come to this side because I think the timing is absolutely right. I think with Qualcomm, we have more than a decade of research that we have done between XR technologies and AI technology. But the two coming together is really much more than the sum of the individual areas, I believe. Right? I mean, today in this fireside chat, we could have had actually a virtual fire, for example, to make it a real fireside chat, for example. But I think each and every use case that we have really envisioned for XR gets enhanced significantly with AI. So let's talk about what people use XR for today a lot. If you think about mixed reality, with mixed reality, basically, people play a lot of games. But with AI inclusion, what you can do is you can actually have an AI opponent that you're fighting the game with or playing the game with. You can have basically the ability to talk to those characters in the game, the NPCs, using LLMs, large language models. So now your experience is totally different from what it was in that sense. You can also have a state where basically AI takes care of one of the biggest challenges that people have in MR, which is to be able to solve the problem of not having enough content. So now with techniques like NeRFs and others that people have talked about, like Gaussian splatting and others, you can take a lot of the 2D content and actually create an amazing amount of 3D content. And it solves one of those biggest problems for mixed reality in that context. And then, I always say that in a way, with XR and AI coming together more on the AR side, it's like you have smart glasses. But to the question that the gentleman asked in the back on the previous session, I would say smart glasses better give you superpowers. And that would be the reason why people will use it. And what do I mean by that, right? One of the use cases that I really like, and I was talking to Alvin yesterday night about it, was literally you could be sitting in a room like this, and I have a blurb on top of everyone's head. That's his name, his title, the company that he comes from, when did I last meet him, what are the topics of interest for all of us? And essentially, it gives me a superpower of recalling that information that I did not have. And in the same way, to actually have a virtual assistant that's sitting on the glass without me having to, with certain degree of friction on a different device, I can now have that AI virtual assistant on the glass, and it becomes a really unique experience in terms of what I can do. I mean, I always get this example from the perspective of every day when I'm driving into work, I'm thinking, hey, I need to have these 3 or 4 meetings with these people on these topics. Why can't I talk to this virtual assistant and say, hey, set me up those 3 discussions, take the data from that email and so on and so forth, and I'd be set.
But what we have done is really we've developed each and every technology from the core, from the hardware. We have the largest and the broadest roadmap in the industry at this point in time. I have been very fortunate to drive the AI technology at Qualcomm for the last 6 years, where we've developed basically the hardware. At the same time, we've developed the stack, which we call the Qualcomm AI stack, to be able to enable all these capabilities, to be able to take these models, shrink them, quantize them, compress them, prune them, and put them on these small devices like smart glasses, put them onto smart devices like smartphones. And that's how we make this happen. That's how we make this magic happen. And then on the XR side, similarly, we have the full stack offering. The biggest roadmap, all the perception technologies we have on the hand tracking ones, like you mentioned, those are traditionally the places where AI was used. But we've gone way beyond that. AI is being used for all these additional capabilities that were never there. So Qualcomm, we believe that the two basically are fully symbiotic. They basically are very complementary technologies, and they're going to continue to enhance each of those things. I mean, I say this, that AI, the best interface for AI is XR. And what I mean by that is, see, if you're doing a multi-modal AI that's running, let's say, on your smartphone, on your PC, I can walk around the world, holding my smartphone like this in my hand, or I can have a smart glass that basically has some sort of a capture capability, and it sees what I see, it hears what I hear, and that generative AI experience that I can create with that is going to be above anything else you can do purely with a single device.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to my Walgreens readers upping my IQ by about 50 points.
There you go. There you go.
There. I am there. But I think one of the things that makes this such an interesting conversation is that it's going to take a broad ecosystem to really make all of this come to fruition. And, Qualcomm has devoted a lot of resources and time to building sort of that ISV community. I know through, the Snapdragon community that you have, the funds that you put out there. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about that and how that directly feeds into what you've just talked about.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we really want to be able to drive this space. For that, what we have done is we have the Metaverse Fund, about $100 million worth fund. But the idea is to be able to bring in these new ideas, new companies looking at things that we are not looking at. We have created the Snapdragon Spaces program, for example, really a way for developers to be able to come in, for ISVs to come in, bring their ideas onto our platform, be able to launch with very, very limited effort and work. The equivalent of that, what we created on the AI side, was called the AI Hub. And what the AI Hub allows you to do is to have a certain number of models that are baked into the hub. You as a developer can go into the hub, write literally 5 lines of code. It creates a binary, drops that into an app, drop it into an application, and you can actually try out that application onto a cloud platform. Now, put the two things together, and essentially you have an amazing amount of acceleration that you can get with this sort of developer enablement model. We see multiple ecosystems developing. Of course, we have Meta that has done an amazing job with being able to launch Quest devices. We're a partner with them on pretty much all of those. We have Android coming in now with Google. We're working with them to be able to make sure that we have full forward compatibility with all the work that's done on Spaces side. And then, of course, we have this yet other part that I think will come, which is, of course, going to be how Android XR then also goes to the smart glass side of things. And over there can be an acceleration, because if you can actually offload some of the work that needs to happen on the glass onto a smartphone, now some of the challenges that are there with this form factor, which is like battery power, lifetime, as to how long that the smart glass can run, you start to solve those problems. And what I really envision is, you have a smartwatch on your wrist that's very understanding of, what is your heart rate? What is your stress level? Are you outside? Are you walking? Are you running? You got your smart glasses that are aware of the environment that you're in. Is it day? Are you sitting in an office environment? Are you at home? And then if you take these cues and actually feed that into the large language models or the multimodality that's running on the smartphone that we have enabled, you can run a 10 billion parameter model on a smartphone today. You can run a 15 billion parameter model on our PCs, the AI PCs that we have launched. You can run like in the range of about 1 billion parameter model on the smart glass itself. So you can imagine that, we can do a lot of the audio front-end processing in a glass and do the remaining processing on a smartphone or on a PC. And now you can see how that context coming from all of those different pieces can create an experience with generative AI that's otherwise not possible, because now you use that context to be able to personalize that AI experience. Because the way I speak, right, if you start to learn that, what kind of things do you like and dislike? Now you can imagine that in a game, I can actually create content. So I can create, for example, take a text to 3D model and create an object, but that object is created based on what I like. And that object might be very different for somebody else, depending on what they like, right? So that personalization that we can bring to MR and to AR with AI is not possible today. Because today, you have one graphics designer that sits over there, designs something that the whole world uses. Now we can completely change that.
I love that. This also is causing me to want to turn into some of the policy side of this conference, right?
Absolutely.
So, in thinking about the power of what you're putting on device, we had a privacy panel earlier today. We talked about data minimization,
Right.
data selection, how we think about things before we do it. But you're creating an opportunity from a policy lens on how we think about data. I don't know if you want to expound on that one a little bit.
Yeah. I think, look, the technology, of course, has this amazing, scope. We are in the US very well positioned to really leverage and benefit from this technology, right? Because we have this amazing amount of innovation that happens. We have these amazing university programs that basically are teaching all of these great technologies. And with all the use cases that I talked about, this is one of the most interesting areas from the cutting edge technology, market. If you look at things like how accurately can you do hand tracking? How well can you do eye tracking? Because let's say I want to get to a point where with my smart glasses, I say, hey, I want to buy that. I don't even point at it. It knows I'm looking at that, let's say that display. It goes and finds that on my retail channel and essentially puts that into my cart, right? So the accuracy of these algorithms, again, it poses all those privacy challenges that we talked about. But I think from a US perspective, we need to have a unified vision as a country, because I think we have this amazing ability to be at the forefront of it, just like we are from an AI angle. I think from an XR perspective, we are very much on the forefront with all the different companies that are working together, creating this amazing XR ecosystem. But to solve now the problems such that we can benefit and get the full potential of this technology. So I've been working in the past, for example, on content authenticity. So what we did was we worked with one of our partners called TruePic on C2PA initiative. And what we are able to do is that we should be able to differentiate between what's created content and what is content that has basically been manipulated using generative AI. Such that if you want to have fun, you want to create something, absolutely fine. But it's marked that this is not original content, right? We need to come up with those kinds of ways and means to be able to come up with, first of all, a regulatory regime that's trustworthy. It's basically consistent. And then people can work within those frameworks to create and be innovative and really give the industry a chance to really excel, and what the US does great at always, right, in every technology. So that's what we need to be able to make it happen.
Well, and that raises another policy question in my mind. Congresswoman DelBene was here. She mentioned that she's working with Congressman Pfluger, and also on the Senate side, Senators Blackburn and Warner on sort of a national strategy bill to address XR. And, Qualcomm is a global company.
Right.
And I'm just curious, how do you view that type of an effort? Is this, are we behind other nations when they're thinking about sort of nurturing their indigenous XR industries? And is this a good direction for us to go in?
I think it's very much needed. I mean, like you alluded to, we, of course, work with pretty much every company in the world and in all the different regions. And one thing that's very obvious is that other countries do have a very concerted effort to create a national policy and a national regime in which people can operate, and companies have those guardrails in which to work in. And that makes it very easy to have a certain deterministic path for these private companies to work in. There is a very big need, I believe, in the US, such that people are able to work within those frameworks and really be successful. But I do see other countries doing a lot more on that side, and definitely room for us here to do much more there.
And I had a chance to chat with you before our fireside chat today. And I know that one area that you're particularly passionate about is the application of AI and XR to the educational sector. And, there's so many great use cases, but I wonder if you want to give us a sneak peek into how you and Qualcomm are thinking about the impact of this technology on education and where you see that going.
No, I'm super excited about this particular angle, truly. Why? Because I look at this technology as a leveler. I think it gives all the students from all different backgrounds the ability to be able to have the same opportunities, right? What a particular student might be able to see in their lab, A student that doesn't have that lab can see it through virtual reality, can experience it through virtual reality, can learn using that. And then once you bring in the generative AI aspects, it can have access to those teachers and those means that it did not have before. And like one of the examples that I really always love to talk about it is that, we have a great ability to know if a student is being able to absorb the material or not. So let's say if the camera is able to tell that a particular student is not getting the material, we can actually change the pace of delivery of that material. We can slow it down for one student, we can accelerate it for the other student, and a gifted or a student that gets the material can go much faster, for example. To have that academic plan that is actually configurable on the fly is an amazing capability that we can have in the education sector. And that can just really change the experience in the classroom, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're down to our last few minutes,
Sure.
and I often think that a successful business strategist is in fact a futurist with some guardrails, right? So if you could put your magic ball out ahead.
Sure.
We've talked about are we going to see the rise of AR glasses?
Right.
What's that cool future that you are seeing as sort of that business futurist for Qualcomm?
Absolutely. See, the way I think about it, if technology is in your face, it's actually not that attractive to me. I think if it does the job kind of almost behind the scenes, it's super powerful. So just imagine that basically, I was talking to somebody at work, and we were talking about this use case where essentially, let's say many times my calendar is such that there are 3 meetings that are happening at the same time. Well, what if I could have a digital twin like me that's trained on my data, speaks like me, is trained on my email content, and is able to attend that meeting for me? And then after that, it comes back to me and gives a summary of the discussion that happened. If there were questions that were stumped on, it said, hey, I wasn't able to answer these questions. You might want to send an email about that. It actually is a pretty darn good use case from a productivity angle, where we could really, increase the productivity of everybody in the space. So I actually think that's very possible today.
It's like a photorealistic otter.
It's exactly what it is, right?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could have somebody that basically looks just like you, speaks just like you, and then we can do avatars using AI. It can basically, speak in your perspective. But that personalization aspect is really key. And what we have been able to do from an AI angle to bring these use cases onto the device, it means that those specifics to each person stay on the device. They don't have to be exposed to anybody else. And then you do that fine-tuning, the techniques like LoRa, low-rank adaptation, and others that allow you to basically tune the model a little bit such that it becomes more optimized to you with time. So what I envision is in the long run, that large language model, it starts to get more and more tuned to each one of us that sits on the device. And it becomes really local to you.
Yeah.
And it speaks like you, it writes emails like you, it understands like you, and it attends the meetings for you.
Yeah.
Right? And then when you get a new device, like a new smartphone or a new smart glass, that model actually is what you take with you to the other device. Right? I mean, that's where essentially it stays private. It's also able to give you that, productivity boost that you want, and it gives you those additional IQ points. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm looking for those IQ points, let me tell you. Look, this has been a fantastic conversation. I encourage everyone to check out the demos of partners that Qualcomm is working with. We're going to hear from one in just a second. And we're charting the future. So I really appreciate your giving your vision and your perspective on all of
Thank
this.
you. No, it's super exciting.
Yeah.
So happy to talk about it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes. Cavrnus.
Cavrnus is
All
here
right.
in the house.
Love it.
Bringing up the energy here. And this is actually an AI version of myself. So this is not really Anthony Duca here. He sent out his AI agent, and he is going to give the talk today because he's very busy. He more looks like that guy. So great. It's great to be here. And what a great conference. And the talks were great. I'm learning a lot, and I've been in this industry for too long. So Cavrnus, we are a collaboration platform that empowers digital twins with communication, with collaboration, with real-time data synchronization, and AI. And we run in the cloud, and we also have on-premises solutions for our enterprise customers where security is paramount. And you can check us out at Cavrnus.com, and it's purposely missing a vowel, so hopefully you remember the name. So great. Oh, and there you go. So awesome. So this is a lightning round talk. We're going to do it fast and furious. We're going to learn some things. Hopefully you take away a couple key points, because there's been a lot of great talks today. And the first rule of any digital twin talk is you have to define a digital twin. That's when you know you're in early days still. And the same thing goes for the metaverse, right? Every metaverse talk you go to, they start by telling you what the metaverse is. So we're going to do that. We're going to cover it in a broader way. And then we're going to bring in some real world examples of what's happening with digital twins, which is going to be interesting. And then we're going to go ahead and, since it's a policy conference, we're going to talk about security and privacy concerns, which are real. And we should be addressing these things as we move forward. So what is a digital twin? So the term was first coined in 2002 by a professor at University of Michigan, which is interesting. And it was about the conceptual ideal for product lifecycle management. And when you talk about product lifecycle management, you talk about the evolution of a product, and it's a virtual representation of that product. It's typically a CAD model, and it goes from design. And I think we had David Chu from before talking about the automotive industry and how they design in clay, and then they also design digitally. Then it moves into engineering, which it gets more detailed. And then it gets into manufacturing, where they're actually now designing it to be built. And then it gets into the hands of people through sales and marketing. So that the digital twin sort of follows that cycle. And initially it was just about the CAD model. It wasn't about this concept today, which it's evolved, where today it's really about real-time data from the real world, overlaying on top of the actual digital model. So that's really what a digital twin is today. And with the advent of IoT and sensors and everything being monitored, from temperature to pressure to cameras watching everything we're doing out there, all that data can now be overlaid real time on a digital model, on a virtual replica of an asset or a system. And so that's really what a digital twin is today. It's this real world representation digitally, and real time being the key thing there, that you can overlay all that data in real time. And the interesting thing about digital twins today, and even the examples we'll talk about, most of it is one way, meaning there's a digital representation of a physical asset or system, and the data is coming into that and overlaying on top of that. And so it's a one-way thing. So it's a stream into it, so you can have in context, maybe pressure sensors, temperature sensors, all overlaid on this digital representation. Where it gets very interesting is you can imagine the future that these models are going to be two-way. So you can actually be in the digital twin doing things that is affecting the real world, and vice versa. And that's where it gets interesting, and that's where the security and the privacy concerns come into play, and we're going to talk about that. And then when you talk about a digital twin, there's a couple of things. There's many ways to represent these. A lot of what we're talking about here is the 3D representation of it. And XR devices are amazing to see it in stereo like you're there. But there's also 2D representations, which are just as valuable. There is very photorealistic representations that are perfectly accurate to the real world, with lighting and all the good things that make, that look like it's real. But there's also ones that don't look real, and that's okay too. So it just depends on the use case and the goals. And use cases are many, but some of the ones we'll talk about today are operations planning. There are design and engineering use cases, smart cities, construction. We've got several customers in the AEC, architecture, engineering and construction space, and training as well. So benefits, one of the most important ones, and I've heard this from several of our clients, is one screen. So what you have here is a control room, which is a lot of screens. And that's what you have. That's what the real world is. It's a physical control room with everything being monitored. And then what you're going to get with digital twins and what's happening is all that data is synchronized into one screen, one experience. So you can have a physical control room now being a digital control room. And what does that mean? The cost of a control room goes down. The pervasiveness of that control room can be anywhere. People can access it remotely. And again, that's also a security privacy concern. So simulation is an important one here. And again, we had another panel before where they talked about simulation. That's good to know. And so the great thing about a digital twin is since it's a replica of the real world along with real world data like physics, you can do all kinds of simulation and testing in this virtual model that you can then use to make things more efficient, to predict failures. And so you can do maintenance prediction and replace parts before they fail. There's a lot of amazing things that simulation can do in the virtual world that you couldn't do in the physical world. And when you think about full self-driving, which is happening, and they use these digital twins today where they can replicate infinite permutations that would never happen in the real world. So self-driving is going to be far superior. And it already probably is, but it's going to rapidly accelerate where it's going to be far superior than any human could actually drive. So that's the exciting thing. So we're going to hit some examples here, and we're going to do these fast. Vancouver Airport. Interesting thing about Vancouver Airport, it's the second largest airport in Canada. It's run by the Vancouver Airport Authority, which is a non-for-profit, and they're building digital twins, and their main reason is the one screen. They want to consolidate all this data into a single source of truth, which is a digital twin, and then use that and give that access to all the folks that need it. And so they are a non-profit organization, but yet they're building this for profit because they're going to be selling this to other airports. It's a very interesting business model that we should look at as the United States, and we start thinking about digital twins as some of these government agencies may be building technology that they can then distribute to others. Let's just watch a little video here. So that's the actual airport. This is one of the digital twins. This is a two-dimensional model. There's your tarmac. There's monitoring where the planes are moving. All those planes have sensors on them. They're all tracked very accurately. And then they also have a three-dimensional model where they overlay real-time data. And so you think about people flow, you think about temperature, air quality, all that stuff. I don't show it in that screen there because it's confidential, but they do all that kind of simulation. Yeah, so that's a really interesting example. UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and the two largest cities in UAE is Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And both are on the cutting edge of digital twin technology, which is amazing. These are newer cities, and they're very much embracing technology to do the urban planning and smart cities where they can actually integrate all these different disparate data sources and bring it together and then do simulations on top of it, as well as see what's going on real time, where the traffic is, where people are walking. It's amazing and scary all at the same time because there's lots of cameras that are tracking all this stuff. And there's a little video of this. This is what's publicly available. You can actually go online and find this. And so this is Abu Dhabi. This is their city. They have a mechanism that they can look at all the different buildings, whether they're government, whether they're education, whether they're commercial. They have a mechanism that they can see the population on each of these districts. They can actually do time of day. They can do daylight, see where the shadows are, which is, again, this is a good example because it's not a high quality model. So a digital twin doesn't have to be highly realistic. It has to be representative. And then they get down to the ground level where they can start to monitor traffic and simulate all kinds of scenarios here that you couldn't just do in a physical model. So it's very interesting. And then the final one we're going to talk about, which is close to my heart, which is an energy company doing fracking. And they're using digital twins for planning out a fracking site. They call it Frack Tetris. So a fracking site is 200 meters. It's 2 football fields. It's very large. And there's a lot of equipment that needs to get in place. And what they do is they plan all that out digitally in a digital twin. And so let's take a look in VR. And so this is a collaboration that they're doing where they're plotting out where they're going to place things. And what it turned out is by doing it digitally and planning digitally, they saved about 20% of cost because they got things right the first time. Because think about putting a truck somewhere where you have to then move it and there's a bunch of equipment blocking the way. So, And then once they create the actual digital twin and then they go and physically actually do it, they then send out a drone and scan it and then feed it back in. And then you have this virtual loop of the real world and the digital twin, and they feed it in, and they actually tie all those trucks and all the equipment with sensors that track it all. So as it's moving in the real world, it's moving in the virtual world and vice versa. So that's the power of a digital twin. And now the final piece is security and privacy concerns, which is a real significant thing to think about. And unfortunately, we live in a world with malicious actors. In a perfect world, it would be just fine. But with malicious actors out there, if they get access to a digital twin that's accurate, that's representative of the real world, they can then refine strategies, they can plan and plot things out in a way that was never possible before. And then they can also see data that's happening at the location, which is a considerate thing to deal with. And it gets even more interesting when you have a two-way communication digital twin. So think about a malicious actor getting access to a digital twin where they can actually affect what's going on in the real world. So these are the things that we really have to be thinking about. And they're coming fast. And I always mention this saying, and I did earlier, in the financial markets, there's a famous saying that it's slow and then all of a sudden. And we're in a time in an age of technology where it's accelerating at a rate that I can't even comprehend. And I've been in this industry for 30 years. I can't even comprehend what 2 years looks like from now. And that's exciting and scary at the same time. And so slowly, but all of a sudden, and all of a sudden, we're going to be here with these two-way digital twins. It's going to be here before you know it. And how are we protecting that? And if we're going to have two-way digital twins of a nuclear power plant, how are we protecting that, right? Of our grid. And these are the kinds of things that we need to be thinking about. And there's certainly a lot of privacy concerns around the data, because if it's a bunch of cameras monitoring people, that's also something that needs to be protected. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we are now moving into the last of our panels. So go, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. We made it to the end. Thank you for sticking around with us. And good to see you all again. My name is Alex Ambrose. I'm ITIF's AR/VR policy analyst. I'm pleased to have this wonderful panel here for using AR/VR from medical school to patient care. And while we all know gaming is the major driver of immersive technologies today, I think healthcare is giving them a run for their money. And AR/VR has the potential for doctors to not only provide more accurate and personalized levels of care, but also provide care to a broader scope of patients, such as the elderly or those with limited mobility. And aside from physical health, mental health practitioners and therapists are turning to AR/VR for novel forms of treatment. As XRA has published, there are better outcomes in healthcare across the board, whether that be 71% improved surgical outcomes or 29% faster procedure completion time when trained in VR. There's lots of great examples of innovation in this space. So I'm joined on stage by my wonderful panel here. I have Adam Cargill from MetaView XR. I have Suzan Persky from the National Institutes of Health, and Bobby Armiger from Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory. So I wanted to start and give some context for our audience here, what exactly these tools are. I think all of you are using these tools in different ways and different applications. So I wanted to just go down the line and have all of you talk about the ways that your particular applications and your experience working with this immersive technology.
Sure. Thanks for having me. So MetaView is a medical device company, and we utilize augmented reality to do surgical navigation in order to simplify minimally invasive procedures. I'll be brief, and then we can get into it later on the panel. But with that, we take live imaging and we put it in line of sight of the procedure list. We also take preoperative scans, and we create 3D holographic anatomy in order to basically give a physician X-ray vision. So that they can see critical structures, they can see the location of interest, typically a tumor, and also just have better visualization so they can make better, well-informed decisions.
Great. So I think I'm your designated virtual reality person on the panel.
And I, at the NIH, direct the Immersive Simulation Program. We're sort of a service-based lab, but we deal mostly with how to integrate VR-based tools into medical research, and also building, especially validating and sort of thinking about the future of VR-based therapeutics, and how we can appropriately look for efficacy and then think about scaling and integration into clinical settings.
And again, I'm Bobby Armiger. I'm with the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory. APL is a university-affiliated research center, so it is a division of Johns Hopkins, but it really focuses on solving complex challenges, particularly with a sort of systems mindset. So one of the famous recent projects, APL led the NASA DART mission, which was the first planetary defense, sort of shooting a spacecraft into an asteroid. The perspectives that we're looking at this, I'll first say is kind of seeing AR along a continuum of care for medical professionals that ranges from sort of no assistance all the way up to fully autonomous, think sort of robotic, assisted surgeries. And really kind of this helping to be kind of a bridge between those two spaces, because there's a lot of value to be had and a lot of sort of near-term benefit, before we have sort of fully robotic doctors, let's say, in the far future. There's a lot of sort of, caregiver in the loop opportunities. The other area that we specialize in, I do work in neuroprosthetics. So think wounded warfighters with limb loss, amputations. And there we're actually doing more in the virtual space, where you can actually have an individual testing out and working on control of, for instance, an upper extremity prosthetic, even before the physical device is built. And so a lot of my thinking harkens back to the earlier discussion on the industrial base about how you can really do digital engineering with these tools and really get very early end user feedback and really involve the patient in these technologies for their care.
I want to bounce back to you and talking about that range you were speaking of, because I think it's important that we get these tools in hands across the healthcare ecosystem. So I know you're involved somewhat with students and with a research center. So what is that like getting in also medical students' hands, but just across the board?
Yeah, great question. And, I'd actually even sort of expand it, absolutely training medical students, medical professionals. But again, kind of, where we sit at APL, a little bit more looking towards military health system, we're facing a lot of scenarios where there will be a less trained individual being asked to perform a more complex procedure in an austere environment, potentially under fire, right? And, really leveraging these tools to upskill an individual. I actually see a lot of benefit and potentially even, more opportunity compared to an already trained expert, that may or may not find benefit with these tools because by definition, they're already an expert. So when you think about that and particularly treating edge cases, right, battlefield medicine, you may be facing these rare cases where there's a collapsed lung and you need to do a chest needle decompression. And, how might I do that, right? Something where you could, pull up a training guide kind of real time with one of these headsets really kind of opens up that ability to deliver advanced care in an austere environment.
Well, as a follow-up for all of you, I'm just curious what adoption you are seeing in your various fields. Are not just the practitioners, but in general, are people receptive to this sort of tech? Are you seeing pushback? What's that been like?
I'm happy to start. So, I think it's variable, but I think in a lot of cases, people who do have the opportunity to try it on, to think about how it would, sort of work in their workflow with the clinical tasks that they do or the research tasks that they do. I think there's a large appetite for it. There are certainly barriers. People need, help thinking about the best way to use the tech for particular use cases. But in the health space, I think there are a lot of people who are very, encouraged by the idea that we're creating, more and more, and we're testing more and more therapeutics kinds of options. I think there will always be people who are not interested or, are not going to come to the table, but, in my experience, there's enough people who are very enthusiastic and will champion the technology to at least get a foothold, in some clinical settings.
Well, I wanted to turn a little bit. One of the threads we've been speaking about today has been related to privacy and safety. And so I'm curious for you all, how are we sort of, especially with patient data, how are we ensuring something that's highly sensitive and highly individual? How are we making sure that we have that proper data security in these immersive technologies? That's a big question.
It's an interesting question, and something that we've been wrestling with as a med device company is there's so many different regulations for cybersecurity and IT and patient privacy that the FDA has out, for instance. But then you go to the hospitals themselves, and some of my team sitting over here has experienced it. They have different requirements. So for us, it's more of we can comply with patient privacy laws, but when they're so unaligned, it makes it very difficult for us to create product that meets the expectations of everyone. But a way for us to get around that is we don't allow patient data to come through our system as much as possible, so it reduces the risk of any privacy concerns. But it's a big barrier to entry to any healthcare system for us.
I'll just add that, I think as researchers and scientists, we also need to kind of be on the lookout for sort of what will constitute a personal identifier, right? And things that, especially with, deep learning techniques and the ability to really extract a lot of information from somewhat, noisy, potentially random data, collecting, electromyogram from muscles or an electroencephalogram from the brain. I think today those are fairly low fidelity, and it would be hard to sort of really kind of single out an individual. But as the resolution increases, and as algorithms to detect these increase, those do become identifiers, and really kind of tracking that progression of really what the technology is capable of, and whether it represents an identifier or whether it represents bona fide health information for the individual is something that is actually evolving as the technology evolves.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, this is something we do struggle with, even though as a researcher, I am bound by IRBs and they consider everything, there's a consent process and all of that. On the other end, we have these big mandates for data release, right? And so there are a lot of types of data that I, as a researcher, particularly as a federal researcher, need to release into the public domain. And so sort of figuring out which of these could lead to re-identification, which of these could, become health identifiers now and in the future is kind of a hard problem, I would say. I mean, there is research suggesting even something as similar as gait while using VR, the way you swing your arms when you walk, how large your steps are. If we are able to re-identify people if we have a pattern of if we have their gait pattern already. So there's been, research in that area. So figuring out the granularity of the data that is appropriate is certainly an issue. And then as you go to the clinical space, again, to the extent possible, being able to either avoid granular data coming through certain systems or bringing things into the EHR, which is a very difficult problem, can get around some of this, but every hospital system is different. Every EHR is different. I work a lot with the VA. Unfortunately, Lord Bailey couldn't be here today, but I'm pretty familiar with the goings on there. And just to find a way to integrate things into, the VA system has been a massive undertaking and still going on, because as they say, if you've been to one VA, you've been to one VA. How do you do this across multiple locations across the entire USA? These are things that people are working on, but even figuring out what is re-identifiable, what is PII, what is PHI, it's still an issue that I don't think we have all the answers to.
As a follow-up, aside from just the re-identifiers, PII, what other issues are a VA, but NIH and other entities thinking? How are they thinking of these issues? What else are they concerned about?
Yeah, I mean, there is, particularly if patients are bringing systems home, which is the goal, right? I mean, part of the end goal is that people can get healthcare in between visits and use these systems to, improve their care at home. I mean, who does their physical therapy exercises? I'm not asking for a raise of hands, but the idea that we could have these systems that would not only encourage and gamify physical activity, physical rehab, but also send data back to the provider. It's incredibly promising and very appealing. But should we be asking every patient how what they want done with their data? How, should we just tell how do we actually handle data that's going home and then back into the healthcare system? How do we handle patient perceptions of what they want of their data shared? I was just talking with a friend who the other day said she just found out that her doctor had been using an AI transcribing system the entire time. It had never come up before, but then she felt very sort of, like she hadn't signed up, she had not signed off on this. She did not feel good about it. And sort of bringing that in terms of, how your data are being used or entered into digital systems, I think is another issue that we don't have a good pulse yet. And that perception will change over time.
I think I first learned this fact from Lewis and Alvin's book, who they were speaking earlier today, that MediView was the first AR platform to earn FDA approval for live imaging during medical procedures. So can you speak more about working with the FDA and that experience?
That's why I have a receding hairline. Right? I think the biggest challenge for us as a company was doing something that was novel in the FDA's eyes, and they have processes to go through novel approvals. We submitted through those processes. They told us we weren't novel and said, go back and submit a 510K, which is a class 2 product. So we did, and we just continue to have conversations with them where they said, this is novel, we don't know how to regulate you. I was like, well, that's what we thought, and that's why we went the path we went initially. But there was a lack of understanding and knowledge of AR and the application we were using with the review team that we had. And long story short, we came to the realization that our lead reviewer had never put a headset on before, but she was expected to review, regulate, and potentially clear this product as a medical device, which was unfair to us as a company, unfair to the reviewer, and then ultimately unfair to a patient. So that education gap is something that I've been focusing on, and we focused on with the FDA. So they have Q sub processes because you have to have everything as an official meeting with them. So we did multiple Q subs trying to do virtual demos. We did multiple additional information requests, just trying to get them to understand the technology, and just wasn't happening. Because how do you explain AR on a piece of paper? Because that's what they were looking at. So eventually we did have the opportunity to go on site in March of 2022, I think it was. And we put a headset on our lead reviewer, and it was like, oh, I kind of get it now. And then her questions became more educated and more meaningful, and we were able to respond to them. But it really took getting to the FDA, giving them the opportunity to be immersed in this immersive technology, right? Probably kind of important. But it's still a challenge working with them to understand things. And it's actually throttled our ability to have more innovative features in our products because we know the FDA isn't ready to receive them. So how do you get your novel tech out if the FDA is not ready, and just what is that balance? So I think for us, it was being the pioneers and having the first to have live ultrasound imaging introduced, because there are other AR technologies out there that do 3D volumetric scans of like CT, and they overlay them. But to do live ultrasound imaging was really a challenge for the FDA because they felt that we could use it as standard of care imaging. And they don't want us to yet because the image quality isn't there and for other reasons. So a lot of learning for us because we realized the FDA had concerns that they didn't know they had until we submitted our product. But we were successful and got the clearance about 1.5 years ago and are continuing to move forward with additional features and things as we feel like the FDA can take them.
I want to build off that a little bit. Speaking to this kind of regulatory piece, how are existing regulations sort of impacting adoption for all of you? What are those hurdles for you, and not just for companies, but also for researchers and practitioners?
Well, so speaking to myself personally, we're kind of on the earlier research and development stage, so we're kind of pre FDA approvals. But a lot of those is really just thinking about how a system is going to work amongst a very wide population and sort of very wide distribution in terms of size, shape, body mass index for kind of a given population, which becomes I think that actually invites a lot of both research challenges in terms of how do you actually represent sort of diverse populations, and then a lot of opportunity, maybe going back to some of that medical training side of things, of really just kind of helping caregivers to understand really the variance that might be observed, right? I mean, most people have worked with sort of medical simulators, or there's the traditional cadaver lab, right? That's sort of an N of one, right? There's a particular body type and geometry for that. But I really think that can help to inform how we not only develop these technologies, but then how they're evaluated from the either FDA perspective.
Yeah, and I also work very much in the research space and don't, engage with the regulatory process as a researcher, but I think part of this process of the FDA, making sure that they're more educated on these issues has been to bring, several of us into groups to talk about some of these issues and what is, what should a clinical trial evaluating an XR, therapeutic application look like? There's the MDIC, the public-private partnership, has been engaging in a lot of this work, I think, with FDA and with a lot of us sort of bringing folks together to talk about some of these issues. So, while I've gotten a really big education on the regulatory process, being a part of these working groups and panels and things like that. And it's, I'm encouraged by how much the actual regulators are reaching out to the community and trying to sort of engage us in these conversations. I understand a lot more about regulation than I ever thought I would. But it's not a process that I've gone through, as a research-focused investigator.
I think to add to that, to sum it up, there really aren't regulations and standards specific to augmented reality within like the med device or even virtual reality within the med device space. And the FDA, if you're familiar, is very used to working off of guidance documents and standards and consensus standards that they've recognized as an agency. So I think the reviewers are in a really tricky spot, as are the med device manufacturers, because it's kind of an educated guess at this point. There are products on the market that you can predicate off of, but you only get like 5 pages of their summary of the thousands of pages they submitted, so you don't know what they did. But there are like MDIC, there's Mixer, there's XRI, there's other groups out there that are engaging the FDA, which I think is what is important right now, is having the conversation so that they can start informing themselves on how they want to regulate it. My concern is that they're regulating it too slowly. Like, we need to speed it up, because as many people today have spoken on, it's moving very fast paced. And if they regulate it 10 years from now, it's going to be outdated. And what was the point?
Similarly to that, and sort of building off of that point, you all were sort of speaking about partnerships and how to work with other groups. And so for us in the room who are on the policy side, how can we sort of facilitate you all in building those partnerships and continuing to build the technology, but also facilitating, like you said, speeding this up?
I think I would say that policy is certainly an angle that is obviously crucially important here, but it's not one that often is at the table, at least at a lot of the sort of groups that I've been involved in, and thinking about research and thinking about implementation and thinking about what is the next low-hanging fruit for the technology. And so I think the more policy-focused folks can be at the table, with those of us who are doing really early stage stuff, thinking about where things are going, I think that could only benefit everybody, because, right, as we've been talking about, policy always lags so far behind the technology. There's a lot of really cool stuff out there, and I have no idea how, anyone's going to start to think about how to regulate it, or whether and how it should be regulated.
I'll just add on a little bit, which is to say, I think from the policy perspective, really helping to maybe even inform, even at the earlier research levels, how will a technology be evaluated? Because there's many decisions that we would make even at the earlier stage research. I mean, there's examples where you're training an AI algorithm to detect macular degeneration or something, and there's been research papers and studies where algorithm performs 99% accuracy on the U.S. population, and then applied, internationally, and applied to particularly, in this case, it was an Asian population. The performance accuracy dropped off significantly, and so, those are the types of things that I think, from a policy perspective, having clarity in terms of, here are the populations and demographics that need to be accounted for. That really does kind of, filter into the earlier stage science and technology components, where it's like, okay, we kind of got to go back to the drawing board on this algorithm, or rethink our training corpus for a lot of these cases.
That sort of also leads me to my next question, because I was remiss in my earlier panel. I said I ended on a negative note. I want to be positive this time. So I'm curious, for all of you, what do you see as kind of next steps, really exciting, closer to adoption now versus what is exciting for you maybe further down the line?
Sure. So, I think what is exciting for me now is to start to see adoption. I think as far as patient-facing immersive tech goes, I think people think of pain, rehabilitation, and some areas of mental health as sort of the low-hanging fruit. It's things, I remember being in a panel probably 15 years ago, and people were like, mental health or physical health? How's this going to go? I was like, I don't know, all of it, maybe. To see that actually happening, now I think is incredibly exciting. VA has been the leader here, but there are a lot of other health systems that are starting to, implement here and there, and, somebody's got to lead the way. I think if I'm not going to get reimbursement figured out, if someone else can get reimbursement figured out, I think we'd be much further ahead than we are now. But I think, these are the low-hanging fruit. These are the things we've been researching and talking about for over 20 years. What excites me is now that it's becoming a little bit more mainstream, we're getting a lot of clinicians, in the room talking about their gaps, their needs, and people coming together for creative ideas. So I would say probably some of the most exciting applications don't exist yet. There are things people are, sitting around a table talking about, and they're not, now that the lowest hanging fruit is actually starting to get adopted. That's my hope.
I'll just add that I think I'm excited by the challenge that a lot of these technologies present. A lot of where I mentioned some of the earlier work we were doing in prosthetic rehabilitation, that is a tremendous challenge, and getting the ability to even control a prosthetic device virtually, huge opportunity, huge gains there. But wait, we didn't talk about sensory feedback. We didn't talk about tactile feedback, haptics, really kind of bringing, an immersive experience is beyond just sort of visual stimulation. And that opens up sort of, whole new avenues that are not, they're not easy. These are not solved areas. Tactile stimulation, thermal stimulation, different textures. And so that is, again, I'm excited by the challenge for those areas, and to kind of really start to bring that into this overall kind of mixed reality and augmented reality experience.
I also would be remiss. I feel like it's been a common theme for today. We've been talking a lot about AI, and it's sort of the hot topic in a lot of, at least on the Hill, it seems like at the moment. So I'm curious, AI being part of powering these immersive technologies for you all. I can see, for example, like AI conversational agents being able to help patients better understand their diagnoses, or various other applications of AI. So I just wanted to see if you all had any experiences you'd like to share with that space, and any insights into how AI is going to be continued to be leveraged in the space.
From our perspective, we call it data-driven, and we're really collecting data on the back end of our systems to inform algorithms, because we want to do, I don't know how familiar you are with ablations, but as ablation zone planning, like we want to help the physicians determine their therapy. That's going to be a fun challenge with the FDA, but there's a lot of opportunity to bring in historical data to help those clinicians, especially the ones that are younger in their careers, or the APPs, the advanced physician, or like the physician's assistants, or the nurse practitioners that are performing procedures, to help them make better decisions, which would then hopefully increase the outcomes in a positive way. But again, the regulators are really making that a little challenging. Like they have the predetermined change control plan that they've come out with for AI. But as I've spoken to some of the directors at the FDA, like, we don't know what to tell you to put in that predetermined change control plan. So we're going to have to partner to figure it out. So
I am at NIH, I'm in the Genome Institute. So we think precision medicine all the time. And I think that is, that's not a place where we're successfully using AI very much yet, but I think it's a huge area of promise. The idea of taking the digital twins concept into an individual person, how do the various medications they're on interact with their genome, with their lifestyle? I mean, I think there is so much ripe for potential that I'm very hopeful about that area. But even now, we are very much already in the space of using AI to power conversational agents to train folks or to help educate our patient population and so on. So again, early days, but I'm really hopeful about precision medicine being fueled by AI.
And I think agree with all of these areas. I mean, and also from the again the industrial metaverse conversation earlier, right? We mentioned sort of mixed reality. We mentioned digital twins. We mentioned AI. And I think the last piece again is, I think, and then with robotics, right? Kind of bringing that into the real world. I mean, all of these are kind of at a confluence right now that I think they are just going to really fuel each other.
Well, I could just keep going on and on with my questions, but I want to make sure I leave time for your questions. So if we have any audience who have some questions, we'll get a mic to you. You're all ready for networking reception, I guess. Okay, well, I will leave my one final question. If you all could wave your magic wands and you could eliminate this regulatory friction that you all were speaking of, what would you say? Okay, day one, I want this to pass and go through. A big question, daunting question.
I will just say the reimbursement piece, man. Universal healthcare with I don't know, I think that is one of the biggest issues staring us in the face after, after going through like an FDA regulatory process, which I understand is challenging as well.
I'll just, to what Adam mentioned earlier about just ensuring that FDA is sort of really understands the technology, is able to kind of be responsive and understand that basically the evaluation process of the last 50 years is not going to be the evaluation process the next 50 years. I think FDA absolutely plays a important role, tremendous role, and we there's many success stories of solving problems and catching problems early. So it's absolutely essential to the process. It's just being flexible, being responsive, and really kind of understanding these. I think definitely resonated when Adam said that.
Full on kind of what Suzan was saying, the alignment of a regulatory approval with reimbursement. There are other countries like South Korea and some others that if you get your approval of your device, you get reimbursement and you use the same data. But in the US, it's not the same data. So you can do a clinical study for years to get a regulatory approval with the FDA, but in order to get CMS reimbursement, you have to have different data outcomes, which then takes more years, more money, and slows the adoption. So if we can have alignment of those two agencies, that would be beautiful.
Okay, I left off on a positive note this time, and I'm very glad. I would encourage you to turn to XRA. They have some amazing infographics related to healthcare, and ITIF will be publishing a piece about healthcare in the coming weeks. So I encourage you to check those out. And thank you to our panel for being here. Thank you all for joining, and for those who joined online, I'll turn it over to Liz. Thank you.
Okay, so we have made it through our 4th annual AR/VR policy conference. I want to take a moment, this is always like the Academy Awards moment, to point out the really hardworking staff at XRA and at ITIF. I don't know if everyone can, some of us have had to move on, but to stand up and take a bow. I know, yeah, there we go. Yay. It's really an incredible team and an incredible collaboration that results in this conference every year. And we're so thrilled to be able to do it. Boy, we've covered a lot of ground today. I think we're on the precipice of seeing sort of form factors that could really accelerate adoption of these types of technologies. We've identified a plethora of policy issues that continue to be something that we work on over time. It's always a fine balance between innovating, moving forward, but building trust in the technology. And I think these types of forums and these types of conversations are crucial in order to reassess and to look at what we're doing and make sure that we're bringing policymakers and thought leaders along so that this is something that we can all grow with together as we really realize a very transformational set of technologies. Themes that we're clearly seeing are AI and XR and how that's going to animate each of those technologies. I know Joan mentioned at the top, I think now from a policy perspective is a really interesting time. The GAO report that we mentioned to all of you, the fact that there are so many agencies, 17 in all, that are using this type of technology and have a commitment to continue to use it and innovate with it, I think is a really, really great indicator of where we are in the maturity of our technology. The fact that 25 pieces of legislation actually reference various aspects of XR, again, a great, great signal going forward. And so all of us have a deep responsibility to keep innovating, but to keep talking and to keep thinking about these very interesting and complex challenges that we all confront to make this the trustworthy, incredible technology that I think we all believe it can be. So I'm going to end it there because come on, there's a bar out there and I think we all need to have a drink because we've had a really great day. So thanks everyone for joining us and we'll see you again next year.